If we could get commissioners to come to the dais so we can get the meeting started. Commissioner Ford, do you mind coming to the dais so we could get the commission meeting started? We need 7. I'd like to call the Monday, November 17th meeting to order. Deputy Sheriff. Vice Chair, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? You may be seated. Commissioner Caswell, could you lead us in the invocation?
Let us please stand for the invocation. Thank you, Madam Chair. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this commission meeting, God. We ask that you lead us with wisdom and guidance throughout this day. We thank you for all of those who have chosen to serve us in our public, our law enforcement, our commissioners, and other elected officials throughout this county. God, we ask that you continue to give us wisdom as we do the work of the county. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Now we'd like to move to the approval of the minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, roll call. Thank you.
Commissioner Whaley,
Present.
Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills,
Present.
Ford,
Present.
Wright,
Present.
Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford,
Present.
Chairwoman Avent.
Present.
We have 7 present.
Okay. Could you acknowledge Commissioner Sugarman is also present?
Yes, ma'am. We have 8 present.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Now we can move to the approval of the minutes. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. The October 27th, 25 minutes are approved. It is possible to join the meeting in 2 ways: via the designated email, boc.email@shelbycountytennessee.gov, or via phone at 901-222-1234. Parliamentarian, if you could read the roll.
Members of the public who desire to address the County Commission shall request permission by completing an appearance card, which will be given to the chair by deputy. Members of the public shall be permitted to address the county commission unless ruled out of order by the chair or denied the opportunity to speak by a majority vote of the commissioners present and voting. Please note that as it pertains to public comment, our rules of order set a limit of no longer than 3 minutes when recognized by the chair. The chair may set a limit for discussion by the public of less than 3 minutes for each individual if circumstances require. Finally, to the members of the public, if you would like to express your pleasure or displeasure on a matter before the county commission, please do so by raising your thumb up or pointing it down, as opposed to applause or other expressions of approval or disapproval. Disruptive members of the public are subject to removal from the commission chambers by the deputy sheriff. Thank you for your attention and in advance for your cooperation today.
Thank you, Parliamentarian. We have one public comment card that I'd like to allow to come forward. K. Durrell Cowan, if you could come to the record, come to the podium, state your name and address.
Yes, my name is K. Durrell Cowan. Address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 204. The reason for me coming up to make a comment today is in regard to the organization in which I founded and as well as the chief executive officer of, and that's Heal 901. And the reason that the organization is named that to act effectively heal 901, we have to be willing to understand it's going to be painful to fix some of the issues that we have. To heal is going to hurt, and we can't keep putting Band-Aids on top of gunshot wounds and expecting everything to just be okay. When you're talking about public safety, there's community violence intervention work that we hear everybody talk affectionately about. But one thing that I find remarkable is that we're yet to see the funding necessary to be able to support the work. And I understand, and I stand in solidarity with the law enforcement officers behind us. No matter how much money we have, to be able to fix the problem of Memphis and Shelby County, we have to start going upstream and stop working at downstream measures. The upstream is understanding the systems that are in place that are invoking harm, because when we say that individuals are high risk, what I do understand that these are impoverished communities is this indicating that there is a high need. And remarkably, we find ways to continuously strip dollars from those communities and add those to punitive measures. I understand that due to this surge, there is a need to have more food at 201. I understand that need, but I urge this body to find that money somewhere else besides the dollars that was allocated for community violence intervention and prevention work. To take preventative dollars to say that we're moving those to feed inside of a system, that is not the way that this should work. And I urge this body of smart, intelligent individuals to take time amongst themselves to find what other ways can we get the dollars that's needed, because we know that the need at 201 is great. Just make sure that we're doing it in a way that we're not further invoking harm in communities and actually making a difference in the communities that we're here to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. I also would like to take a moment to recognize the staff and commissioner birthdays for this month. Happy birthday to Lee Rankin on November 12th, and also to Tanya Blunt, whose birthday is November 27th. Right now, we go to the consent agenda, and I'd like to ask parliamentarian to read item number 2.
Item 2 is a certificate of appreciation presented to Mr. Lynn Young, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie A. Caswell, Jr. This item was deferred in October 27, 2025 commission meeting.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. I know we were prepared to do a news clipping of this young man and the HERO Act that he provided to officers in the Fraser community. You all may remember about a couple of months ago or so, when the task force got here in October, one of the incidents happened in Fraser where the truck flipped over onto a car right there at Fraser Boulevard in Watkins. And you seen on the news, this young man was the one who went over and pulled those 2 officers out of the car and helped them on the scene. And he spoke in that video to talk about The reason he acted, and he worked at a tie shop right across the street from there, the reason he jumped into action is he said that so much was heard about the negative about Memphis, but he wanted to show that there was some good in Memphis, and he jumped into action to make sure that he supported those officers and bringing them out. And because of his actions and his hero act of in our community, this coming Friday, we're going to be actually having a Unity in the Community Day right there at Fraser Boulevard in Watkins, where we have resources coming from all over to support them in partnership with the Memphis Police Department, Austin Peay Station. Colonel Vicky Shabazz wanted us to come together just because of the leadership of this young man, Mr. Lin Young, and actually what you did on that day. So we thank you for your hero act, and Shelby County just wanted to recognize you with this certificate. You can hang it in your office up there, because he's there working every day. Even I rolled up on him on Sunday, and he was working, so he's working every day. And I just want to read this quickly. So the citizens of Shelby County, Tennessee proudly presents to you this certificate as a token of deep respect and gratitude and admiration on recognition of your remarkable courage and selflessness. On October the 1st, 2025, Mr. Young witnessed a serious traffic collision involving federal agents who were struck by a speeding vehicle. Without hesitation or concern for his own safety, he sprung into action in rescuing the injured and ensuring they received aid as swiftly as possible. Again, we thank you on behalf of this body and Shelby County for all that you do and that you did, especially on that day for our community. Thank you, Mr. Young. You. All right, you want to say a few words?
I just want to say it's an honor to be here, and like I tell a lot of people, and I had a lot of people look at me like I'm working with them, because of who I am, but it's not all about that. Look at me how you want to look at me. If it came to the point I had to do it again, I'd do it again, because I'd have been pulled out a cut in a half car before, so I know the feeling. So, like I said, I was just glad to be there at that time to do it, and if I got to do it again, I'll do it again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Before you take your seat, Mr. Young, there is another commissioner in queue to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Young, I just want to say a few words before you sit down. I'm Commissioner Sugarman, and I just want to say thank you, because not every day that people will jump into action and risk their own lives, and so it's everyday heroes that make me feel safer in my community, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Parliamentarian, please read item number 3.
Item 3 is a special resolution recognizing the Memphis Challenge, Inc. Executive Director Cassandra Webster, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to ask if Cassandra Webster is here. Would you please come forward? Okay, thank you. I can see you. Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. It's a special honor to recognize Executive Director Cassandra Webster. Whereas the Shelby County Board of Commissioners shall honor and recognize Cassandra Webster for her exceptional leadership, commitment, and passion in serving Shelby County, Tennessee. And whereas Webster graduated from Michigan State University with a Bachelor of Arts in Advertising and Marketing, she is a certified conversational intelligence coach. And hopefully in the break she can tell me exactly what she does. As a consultant, has given leadership development training for the City of Memphis, the University of Tennessee Health Science Center, Christian Brothers University, and more. Whereas since 2002, Webster has been the executive director of the Memphis Challenge Incorporated. In this role, Webster manages, directs, and coaches exceptional high-achieving high school students from charter, public, private, independent, and parochial schools across Shelby County over the span of 3 decades. 97% or challengers have graduated from top colleges, universities in the nation, with 830 of them currently working and living in Shelby County. Whereas Webster's leadership and service in Shelby County have been recognized by the Memphis Business Journal as one of 2024's superwomen in business and as the 2025 Distinguished Alumnus of the Year by Leadership Memphis. She is a charter member of the Shelby County Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. This year marks Webster's 50-year anniversary as a proud Delta. Her exemplary leadership, commitment, and attainments are indeed praiseworthy. However, nothing will top Webster's proudest achievement, her role as the mother of 2 children and grandmother of 3 granddaughters, the center of her joy. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Shelby County Board of Commissioners hereby honor and recognize the Memphis Challenge Incorporated Executive Director, Cassandra Webster. Thank you so much. An honor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sugarman, and to the Board of Commissioners for this honor. It is indeed my pleasure to receive this, to accept this on behalf of our board, our staff, our families, and our children, that we continue to impact. Inspiring and developing future Memphis leaders is our mission, and helping students connect the dots of life, education, career, and aspiration. So thank you so much for this honor. I will. And if I could make one other in her absence, Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs is also an alumnus of Memphis Challenge. Thank you.
Ms. Webster, before you take your seat, I also just want to send accolades to you and the work that you do, understanding how deeply rooted you are in this community and the bright young scholars who have gone on to do great things in this world and in this community because of the work that you have done with Memphis Challenge. So kudos to you and congratulations on the 10th, which anniversary?
35th.
30th anniversary. 30th anniversary of the organization. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you.
Parliamentarian, if you could read item number 4.
Item 4 is a special resolution honoring the life and legacy of Myron Lowry, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
This item is going to be deferred. Commissioner Bibbs is not feeling well today, and so we're going to defer this to the December 15th meeting. All right, Parliamentarian, if you could read item number 5.
Item 5 is a special resolution honoring Pastor Euliasia Little, Jr. of Christ Baptist Church, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Thank you so much. And Pastor Little is not able to be with us. Neither is Commissioner Thornton. But since I know Mayor Little, if you don't mind, I'd like to read the resolution in your husband, in your honor of your husband. Thank you so much. Okay, this is a special resolution honoring Pastor Ulysses Little Jr. You pronounce it? Okay, of Christ Baptist Church, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. Whereas it is appropriate for this esteemed Board of Commissioners to honor and recognize distinguished individuals who tirelessly efforts and unwavering dedication have made a significant and lasting impact on the lives of others and the communities that have served in Shelby County, Tennessee. And whereas Pastor Little Jr., a lifelong citizen of Memphis, Tennessee, and dedicated pastor, has demonstrated exemplary public service through his impactful work as a pastor and individual. He has demonstrated his ability to cultivate a sense of commonality and belonging. And whereas Pastor Little, who attended Shelby State Community College, earned his Bachelor of Arts degree in Christian Education. Pastor Little later received a master's degree in Divinity and Christian Counseling and a doctorate in ministry from Jacksonville Theological Seminary. Whereas Pastor Little, Organization of Christ Baptist Church, he committed 26 years of heroic, dedicated service to the City of Memphis Fire Department beginning in 1977. Up until his retirement in 2003, Pastor Little had served as not only as a firefighter, but also held positions in the Department of Code Enforcement and Public Fire Education. Whereas Dr. Little Jr. Devotion to his community is illustrative in his teaching philosophy. Since its inception in 1993, Christ Baptist Church has come to represent a landmark for public and of hope among its churchgoers. Commissioner Brittany Thornton takes immense pride in honoring Commission District 10's churches and its leaders who contribute significantly to betterment and unity of Commonwealth. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, that we do hereby honor Pastor Little and do commend him for the enduring legacy he continues to build for generations to come.
On behalf of on behalf of Pastor Eula C. Little, and me, Minerva Little, and the Christ Baptist Church family, we are sincerely grateful and thankful to receive this great award, this proclamation on today. Thank you.
Also, I want to say happy birthday to Minerva Little, as well as my brother, Judge Sugarman. So happy birthday. Good company.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, for presenting the honor on behalf of Commissioner Thornton. Colleagues, at this time, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. We need to go into executive session. So we'll recess the meeting for an executive session that we're going to have in the back.
probably don't remember me. 10-1. I just wanted to speak to you. I hadn't seen you since the day I drove y'all down to the house. Yeah. Every day is a day towards getting better. Yeah. He's winning day by day. That's all. As long as it turns. It can turn slowly. As long as it turns. But yeah, I just want to make sure I came. I want to make sure I came and spoke. What's going on, Chief? Nothing much.
No, ma'am, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
We'll now reconvene the November 17th meeting. We'll now move to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, if you could we're going to give 3 minutes for commissioners to review the consent agenda, if there's any items that they want to have pulled off. All right, Vice Chair Bradford.
Yes, I'd like to pull items 16 and 24.
16 and
24.
24. Commissioner Wright?
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull item 9, please.
Commissioner Caswell?
Item number 12.
Commissioner Brooks?
Items 7 and 19.
7 and, I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Commissioner. 19. Okay. Are there any other commissioners? Commissioner Caswell?
Erase number 12. Keep it on consent agenda.
Okay. No need to pull item
Don't need to
12.
pull, yep.
Okay. Are there any other commissioners?
Yes, item 12, please.
I'm sorry. Item 12.
Yes.
Okay, item 12 is full. Okay, parliamentarian, if you could read the consent agenda minus items 7, 9, 12, 16, 19, and 24.
Yes, ma'am. Item 6 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Lowry serving as vice chair. Item 6 is a resolution receiving and filing the September 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 8 comes from the Public Works Committee, which is chaired by Vice Chairman David Bradford. Item 8 is a resolution approving expenditure of funds in an amount not to exceed $125,000 to Southwest Tennessee Community College for the purchase of emergency medical services, education, and training services for the Shelby County Fire Department. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 Fire Services Enterprise Funds to Southwest Tennessee Community College for said services in an amount not to exceed $125,000, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Items 10 and 11 come from Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Ford, Item 10 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Ford serving as acting chair. Item 10 is a resolution approving the expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office general funds in an amount not to exceed $59,748.90 for the purchase of Avon gas masks and pouches to protect against chemical agents. This item requires the expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office general funds in the amount not to exceed $59,748.90, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 11 comes from Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Sugarman serving as vice chair. Item 11 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan and approving a contract with Cornerstone Detention Products, Inc. for the repairs to administration segregation doors at 201 Poplar Avenue on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, including replacing 92 sliding doors with swinging doors in the amount not to exceed $1,080,378.01. This item requires the reallocation and appropriation of fiscal year 2026 capital improvement plan funds in the amount not to exceed $80,378.01 for a total not to exceed $1,080,378.01, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Items 12 and 13 come from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as serving as vice chair. Item 12 is the resolution to approve a contract renewal with Airmark. She put it back on there. Yes, sir. Aramark Correctional Services, LLC for fiduciary management services for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $1,400,000. This item requires the approval of the Board of Commissioners before exercising the first of 2 one-year renewal options.
I think Commissioner Thornton pulled number 12.
Oh, she pulled
She pulled 12.
it. So I got confused. Apologies, that is actually not on the consent agenda. So let me go to item 13, which comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as vice chair. Item 13 is a resolution approving a contract with Data Driven LLC for support and maintenance of Watson Records Management System for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office with option for 2 additional years subject to the funding by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 general funds in an amount not to exceed $98,351.61, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 14 comes from the Economic Development and Tourism Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Lowry. Item 14 is a resolution finding of conditions necessary for community development in the Cleveland Street area and amending of the Community Redevelopment Plan for the Cleveland Street Corridor area. Resolution sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. Item 15 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 15 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Items 17 and 18 come from the Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 17 is a resolution correcting the resolution approving the sale of 39 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $204,350 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, adopted April 14, 2025, and item 16 by approving the sale of 1 delinquent tax parcel acquired by Shelby County from Shelby County Tax Sale 1902 to identified purchaser, correcting the purchaser's name shown on the Exhibit A pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute a quitclaim deed, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 18 is a resolution approving the sale of 37 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $220,415, pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute quitclaim deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 20 comes from the Audit Committee with Commissioner Brooks as acting chair. Item 20 is a resolution receiving and filing the first quarter report of the Shelby County government for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Items 21 through 23 come from the Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as acting chair. Item 21 is a resolution approving a 4-year lease agreement between Shelby County government on behalf of the Shelby County General Sessions Court Clerk and Southbrook Properties, DBA Southbrook Town Center for 1,143 square feet of office space located at 1254 East Shelby Drive, suite number 1270, Memphis, Tennessee 38116, for the term beginning July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2029, with an option to renew on a month-to-month basis after expiration for a term not to exceed 6 months in an amount not to exceed $34,290 for FY 2026, with a total contract amount not to exceed $137,160, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 22 is a resolution to approve the grant of one 20-foot wide private permanent drainage easement and 2 temporary construction easements to BC Millington Partners, a Tennessee general partnership, across the southeast corner of a 875.23 acre tract of flood control land owned by Shelby County, Tennessee, for the use and benefit of the Chickasaw Basin Authority for monetary compensation from BC Millington Partners in the total amount of $2,800, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 23 is a resolution approving the agreement between Shelby County and Woodlands Properties, LLC, to secure the public improvements to the Woodlands Plan Development Phase 1, FPR 2025-027, MJR 2025-002CO, and PD 2021-010CO, and authorizing the recording of the plat when bonding procedures have been fulfilled. This item does not require expenditure of county operating funds, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you, Parliamentarian. I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avett. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 7.
Item 7 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Lowry as Vice Chairman. Item 7 is a resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding, MOU, between Shelby County Government and the University of Tennessee Health Science Center, UTHSC, in an amount not to exceed $650,000 for administrative and operational oversight of Shelby Cares Health Hub for fiscal year 2026 and up through December 31, 2026 in fiscal year 2027. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in the amount of $650,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell.
Okay. Commissioner Lowry's not yet made it. Is there, can I get a committee report, Commissioner Bradford? I have a motion by Commissioner Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Bradford, were you?
I don't believe I was present at this committee.
All right. We'll move forward. It says that it did. Commissioner Caswell, no, you were at the legislative agenda with, yes, not present. Okay, we'll move on. Commissioner Brooks?
I requested this item be pulled. Well, let me first say that I do support Shelby Cares. In fact, I'm a major supporter of Shelby Cares, and the intent, goal, the mission, objectives, all of that, it is extremely important in communities that do not have access to healthy foods or to neighborhood grocery stores that sell reasonably priced foods in the neighborhoods that have high or disproportionate rates of chronic illnesses and all of that, which is what Shelby Cares does a good job of. However, my issue and concern has to do with the continual funding disparities of between two locations of Shelby Cares, Uptown and Westwood, and Binghamton. Uptown and Westwood receive continued funding, whereas Binghamton, who has some of the same issues, was formed under some of the same conditions, does not receive continual funding. And we have yet to come to an understanding, or they have yet to help me to understand why we have this discrepancy in the funding when the need is still there. The conditions that brought forth or gave birth to Binghamton Shelby Cares is still there and probably exacerbated at this point. So with that, and still not having anything brought to me at this time, I'm going to have to withhold my vote. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioners Mills, Thornton, and Brooks have abstained. We have 7 ayes and 3 abstain.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 9.
Item 9 comes from the Public Works Committee, which is chaired by Vice Chairman David Bradford. Item 9 is a resolution to grant a permanent electric utility easement 8 foot wide in size over, under, across, and upon a tract of Shelby County-owned land located at 2895 Beckemeyer Drive and 2912 Beckemeyer Drive, further identified as tax parcel number D0204000425C, to the City of Memphis for the use and benefit of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division for nominal consideration for its provision of electric services and maintenance thereof, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Wright?
Did you call me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just pulled this because I checked with legal to see if I could vote on this item. They said that I could, but just put out the disclaimer that the adjoining property to this address is leased by a division of my employer, but there's no benefit to me, so I will be voting on this item.
Commissioner Bradford, could I get the committee report?
This comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. Have 8 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 12.
Item 12 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as Vice Chair. Item 12 is a resolution to approve a contract renewal with Aramark Correctional Services, LLC for fiduciary management services for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 3, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $1,400,000. This item requires the approval of the Board of Commissioners before exercising the first of 2 one-year renewal options. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in an amount not to exceed $1,400,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Sugarman, can I get a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's favorable.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Lindsay, thank you for being here. How many subcontractors are on this particular contract?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, there are no subcontractors on this particular contract.
And in the past for this contract, have there been any subcontractors?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, no.
Okay. When we talk about the increased jail population, did that impact the costs for this renewal?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, no.
And what's the rationale behind that? So we have more mouths to feed?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, this contract is specifically for the fiduciary services. So the detainees set up an account, I guess you can say when they put money on their books to purchase items through commissary. That is the purpose of this particular contract.
Okay. And do you ever have any grievances associated with the commissary process?
George Askew, Assistant Chief Jailer, Jail Administration. We do have grievances dealing with commissary and other things with the fiduciary.
And if we wanted to know how many total grievances and what those grievances are, how can we get that information?
We could get those numbers for you.
Okay. Can you send it to the entire commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Ms. Lindsay, are those prices at the commissary market rate?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Brooks, I couldn't hear you. Will you please
I'm
repeat?
sorry. Are those prices market rate?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Brooks, we do an RFP for fiduciary services, so it's based upon the bids that are received. I would need to defer to purchasing for additional information like on the bid process, but it is based upon an RFP process. So I would say that yes, it is based upon market rates.
You would say yes?
Yes. But purchasing can chime in.
Okay. Is there anyone here from purchasing that can let me know? If that, is that a requirement that those commissary prices, is that a requirement in the contract that the prices be set at
Alicia
market
Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. You're referring to the items within commissary?
Yes.
Okay. So that's based upon.
Again, George Askew, Assistant Chief Jailer. The commissary prices are set by the company that runs commissary, which is dictated by Tennessee law. As the disabilities, blind persons disabilities law that gives those companies the contracts for government facilities, including jails and other things like that, prisons and other things, which they actually sell commissary to the inmates. What Aramark does is administer the finances. So Aramark doesn't actually set the prices, they just administer the process and the finances to make sure the money is placed on the inmate's books and taken away when they buy things from commissary and pay commissary.
Okay, okay. I'm familiar with that, with the relationship between individuals who are visually disabled and their ability to sell food in government entities. So is that the same law you're talking about? Okay, so
Yes, ma'am.
those are market rate.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the question I know my colleague asked about the quality of the food and the complaints that you get about how the food, the quality is in the food. How do you determine, how do we change that? Because I keep getting complaints from people that could get out to tell us that the food is not of good quality. So when you talk about the commissary, they almost forced to buy that, buy something else to eat.
George Askew, this is the fiduciary contract we're talking about. Aramark also has another contract that deals with the food service. Now, there's nothing that forces the detainees to buy commissary. Now, we do have standards in place to try to regulate the quality of the food that the inmates receive from Aramark.
Yeah.
Now, the biggest complaint that we get from Aramark about the food is the bland taste. Now, the reason why we cannot season their food, everybody, it's like hospital food. We have to feed them something that everybody can eat, and we give them small salt and pepper packets to season their food.
Okay. And also, I think one time before this item came, it was about a percentage of the money goes to the sheriff department. Is that still the case?
It's the Fresh Start. The percentage actually goes to the county general fund. Yeah, it reduces the contract amount. So it doesn't come directly to the sheriff's office. It just reduces the contract amount.
So the county gets some funds back, is what you're saying, when they purchase the food. The percentage come to the general fund, not to the sheriff department.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So Commissioner Caswell, for an example, we may have a $500,000 invoice, and then there could have been services purchased like Fresh Start or whatever the correct name is, and we may receive a 2% commission on that. So that 2% may be $1,000 that comes off of that $500,000 invoice.
Okay. All right, I thought it was like something like 20% of before. Okay, but that's, you said 2%. Yeah.
George Askew, it's not a large percentage at all.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. In the document, it says that there's a 20% LOSB goal. Can you explain, if there's no subcontract, how a non-local vendor meets this particular requirement?
Glenda Pearson, Office of EOC, that is for the food management project and not the fiduciary one. There was no LOSB goal for this particular project.
Okay, so the public, needs to have accurate information, so that needs to be updated in the system.
Okay.
In addition, what exactly the fiduciary management contract, say more about what this actual contract is for.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So pretty much it's an accounting system. Let's say you have Commissioner Wright, that's a detainee, or Commissioner Thornton. You may have $500 on your books and you may have $100 on your book. It's just a mechanism of tracking the amount that has been deposited on your account. And then when you expend it by purchasing food or postage stamps or whatever it is that you're expending, then it's deducted. So Aramark is responsible for the accounting of the detainee's account.
What was the cost of this contract before the most preceding contract?
$1.4 million. It hasn't changed
It
since
hasn't changed.
Initiation.
Do you know what platform they use to be able to do this accounting system?
I'm sorry, do I know the accounting system that they use?
Yes, is
No,
this an
ma'am,
in-house or is this a
I think
third
it's
party?
I think it's proprietary, but I will be happy to circle back and make sure I can get that accurate information for you.
Okay, if you could just send it to the whole commission.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just, I have a few questions. I'm going to go down the same questioning as far as my colleague. And then you say it's a fiduciary responsibility. And so my concern is, it seems like there would be a conflict if they're managing their own product they're providing. And so has this always been the way of as far as accounting for the funds? Because my question then becomes, wouldn't be able to contract this out to a separate entity as opposed to Aramark, who's already got the food service contract? And wouldn't this be something that they would also put in their contract they're doing anyway? If it's not a conflict, yes, please speak.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So there are two distinct contracts.
Correct.
One is for fiduciary services, for which we're the accounting of the inmate's account, the funds that are placed on their books, and when they make purchases. Then there is the food service contract, and both of these contracts are put out for RFP. So anyone that has the prerequisite ability to service these contracts are able to bid on it. So no, I wouldn't think it's a conflict of interest, because one is just accounting for the inmate's books, and then they're purchasing commissary or stamps or whatever it is that they're purchasing. The other is a food service contract that Shelby County Sheriff's Office is responsible for feeding all the detainees under its care.
Yes, I understand the two separate contracts, but just to me, it just seems like a conflict of interest. It seemed like if it was sent out, I'm just curious that they were able to get both contracts. And so I will talk to purchasing to see exactly how the RFP is written. And purchasing, can you provide the RFP for both contracts so I can see exactly? Because there needs to be more objectivity as far as the fiduciary responsibility, as far as accounting for the funding, as opposed to providing the service of food service. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. So, Director, did you get that? Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other commissioners in queue, Madam Clerk, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Madam Clerk, could you please report the vote?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 10 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 16.
Item 16 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 16 is a resolution requesting that Governor Bill Lee reallocate funds used to deploy the Tennessee National Guard in Memphis and Shelby County, and instead direct state support toward evidence-based public safety and community well-being investments, including a regional crime lab, local law enforcement staffing, education, housing, pre-K programs, a new jail, and Regional 1 hospital, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Could I get a motion? A motion by Commissioner Whaley, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Caswell? Commissioner Sugarman?
Yes, I'm receiving some emails, and they're requesting that this be moved to the Hill because they would like to come in and speak to this item. And I'm putting that in the form of a motion.
Do we need a committee report?
Madam Commissioner Brooks, could I have the committee report?
This item came down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, and I have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Sugarman to move this item to the Hill. I have a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Parliamentarian, please read item 19.
Yes, ma'am. Item 19 comes from the Legislative Affairs Committee with Commissioner Mills as acting chair. Item 19 is a resolution adding an item to the 2026 Shelby County Board of Commissioners legislative agenda to request the Tennessee General Assembly to amend or repeal the maintenance of efforts set forth in Tennessee Code Section 55-9-408, 2024, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks?
I pulled this item so that we could have additional discussion.
Is there a question, Commissioner Brooks?
If the sponsor could elaborate on the intent and the impact and how this affects, why does the public welfare require this?
You're recognized, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. Yes. Last legislative session, they passed a law that gave the county mayors across Tennessee a maintenance of effort. And for us, that gives our mayor a maintenance of effort of $469,569,057. That's in addition to the $427 million maintenance of effort that Memphis Shelby County Schools has that we have to maintain, in addition to the $177,335,906 maintenance of effort that the sheriff has, which out of our $1.6 billion budget gives us nearly $1.1 billion in maintenance of effort before we even touch the budget. So that's less than $500 million of money to move around. And if we go by what we are, our constitutional and legislative mandates of county government, there's a lot in the mayor's administration that we're not required to fund, but now we will have to fund because the county's maintenance of effort. And what this does is request the legislature to count out by population, which would basically knock out Shelby County and Knox County for having to maintain a maintenance of effort for county mayors. I think it was done for a small county where you could fit their whole administration around a kitchen table, which is totally not the case for Shelby County. And that's why I'm hoping we can pass this to request that they change that, amend it.
So, I just want to make sure I understand, so I can have an informed vote. You're asking the state to amend the statute to take out Shelby County because of the state's overreach here in this regard. It's putting a strain on Shelby County's budget, resources.
Commissioner Mills?
I'm asking them because I think when they passed the law, it was intended, because I think over 70 counties of the counties in the state of Tennessee have less population in their whole county than one commissioner district. So it's apples and oranges, and I think like a lot of legislation that gets passed, we get thrown in the bucket with them, and it affects us differently. That's why I just asked them to look at this.
So what my question was, you're asking the state to make this amendment here to this statute because of the state's overreach causing a strain on Shelby County resources.
Commissioner Mills?
Yes or no, incorrect?
Not an
Correct.
not an overreach. I'm just asking them to look at it because I'm not sure they considered all of the counties when they passed.
How would you classify it?
How would I classify? I think
Your intent. I mean, how would you
I
classify
think they
what
passed the
state has
state law.
done?
They passed the state law for every county in the state of Tennessee. When they passed it, when they brought it, it was intended they had an issue in a small county, and they blanketed it for the whole state of Tennessee.
I got that.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm asking them to look at this to see that we are not like a county with 20,000 population and a mayor, an administrative assistant, and a public works person.
And in other words, it's causing a strain because of some of the things that you just cited in your first explanation of your request. It's causing a strain on the resources of Shelby County.
No, that it just affects our job. It hits differently in Shelby County. That's all this is.
It's about money, and it's an overreach, and it's a strain. You cited it, right? Yes.
So, Commissioner Brooks, if.
I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner Ford?
I just wanted an answer.
Commissioner Ford, you recognize?
It's my first time speaking, and let's have an educational moment, ladies and gentlemen, regarding this item. For the last 3 years, the administration has brought a proposed budget with a few amendments, and this body has passed a budget where the administration has gotten an increase in their budget. While one division, for example, let's just say the sheriff, has gotten for the last 3 years multiple salary restrictions. This year was $50.8 million. Last year was $44 million out of the budget. And the year before that, it was less than $30 million. Most of that money was used for non-public safety things. This is why there is a lawsuit right now regarding the salaries. And I hope he wins his lawsuit because of the law that Commissioner Mills is talking about and because of actions by this body that were blessed from the administration, his maintenance of effort has increased over time. You didn't get to all the numbers, and I wish you did. But the thing is, and some of us over here to blame as well, right when the budget passed in June, there was an $11 million item out of fund balance, and I believe my colleague asked, is this going to increase the mayor's maintenance of effort? And the answer by Ms. Megan Smith was yes, which means his new minimum had increased by $11 million, which means next year, the lowest that the mayor, whoever he or she is, has now increased. But public safety could get another salary restriction or whatever the case may be. So I'm gonna break it down that way. So there are things that the 11th floor wants. If they lobby 7 people down here to increase their maintenance of effort, then the law that's in place right now increases the new minimum for the administration while decreasing you. And many of these people up here should be thankful to you all that many of the things that they have wanted that are not public safety have been funded off the sheriff, period. We got a $43 million question that's going to be answered because of all these, I'm going to call them mistakes that people have made. But I hope that we don't mess around when it comes to a $100,000 item. Hope y'all stay around for that. I support this. I know some people might not support it because they want to give the administration everything that they want and they don't care what the consequences are, but they want people to forget what they've done. As long as I'm sitting here, last sentence, I'm going to keep reminding people of what people have done up here, and I yield.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for catching us up to speed. A lot of these items are just hard for the public. If you aren't tapped in, I feel like sometimes you just have no clue what we're even talking about. On this particular item, in fiscal year 25, when the maintenance of effort was set, there was a lot of chaos and confusion during budget season where we explicitly asked what was being set as the maintenance of effort, and there was not clarity, and we still voted, well, some of us voted on that particular budget. So finance, can someone from finance come down? I am curious for fiscal year 24, what was the budgeted amount for the mayor's office? Just for comparison, I know that Commissioner Mills mentioned some figures, and I do think it's important for us to know, like, what is the increase year to year? If anybody from finance. Thank you, Ms. Schombaum.
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
So we, in this particular item, it said that fiscal year 25 was the first year of the maintenance of effort for the county mayoral office. For fiscal year 24, what was the budgeted amount for the administration?
I'm sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head.
I kind of figured that would be the response. If you could just get it to the commission. I do support this item. I think it's important for us to be able to track the dollars. And there's not a lot of clarity around how monies are being expended within the mayor's office. And when we're asking for specific information, particularly itemized information, we need that to be able to ensure that there aren't these internal slush funds or mismanagements or too much discretion with one particular branch of government that the commission isn't able to give oversight. So for the taxpaying citizens in the audience, I hope that you would support us trying to get this to our legislator to amend this. And I would just say to Theo, who is our legislator, if you could just in future updates to the commission, let us know how this particular maintenance of efforts is impacting the top 4 largest counties. If you could also let us know if there's a legislative appetite for this particular item and if there could be any potential sponsors, and that will help us when we come to Nashville to lobby it. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
I still have 30 seconds, so.
Danielle Shelby, I'm Deputy Director of Finance. When you're asking for the mayor's maintenance of effort, are you asking for the entire mayor's administration or the mayor's office specifically?
So that's a good question, and this has come up before. However, the state law is interpreting the maintenance of effort, then I would want to compare the preceding year to fiscal year 25.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
My last comment, I'm glad that you clarified it, because if you were very specific, you would have gotten exactly that, the specific but the incomplete. This was brought up in 2 bills last year. I was up there, but not as much as my colleague Commissioner Mills when it came to those bills. If people don't want to hear it, they can get up and leave. They know who they are. They stop breathing for a second. But what I want to say is this. There were some people that represent y'all that were against y'all in Nashville. There was a bill that Senator Taylor got across the line, and there was one that Representative Gillespie tried to get across the line. Go listen to the tape. You will see a particular person that did his best, and he did, to kill that bill. We would not have this item here, and we wouldn't have a lawsuit that the sheriff has now if that particular representative represented Shelby County like he was supposed to. I don't know. Oh, you want me to say the name? I got 1:37. So let's say hypothetically, even though this is a good resolution, that it does not get included into the legislative agenda. I would ask you all, because I think it's going to come back up, to do what you can. Because when I was up there, to your point, Commissioner Thorne, I don't know if the lobbyists that we have on the books now is going to be inclined to help with this because of the actions that I saw him and some people from finance in Nashville do to try to not get it passed. We can tell everybody else to cut, but that maintenance of effort that the mayor's administration has doesn't have to get cut. And if this body adds to it, it is a new minimum for next year. So while one branch of government gets bigger, the other ones are asked or forced to get smaller so that they can continue to be bigger. That's all this is about. But as I said before, some of the people up here sign off on it. There's an election next year. I would say look for who is on this body. Look for who's in Nashville. I think Tom Leatherwood was the one that, he's the one that killed it in Nashville. So do what y'all got to do, and I yield.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wiley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. I have 9 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 24.
Item 24 comes from the from the Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements Committee, with Commissioner Sugarman as acting chair. Item 24 is a resolution approving the agreement between Shelby County and Habitat for Humanity to secure the public improvements to Lake Las Cruces Planned Development Area A, Phase 2, PD 00-313CC, and authorize the recording of the plat when bonding procedures have been fulfilled. This item does not require expenditure of county operating funds. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Sugarman, can I have a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, it was favorable.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Bradford?
I just needed to disclose that I am the board chair for Habitat for Humanity. It is a unpaid role, and so I will be voting on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wiley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 11 aye votes.
That motion passes. Colleagues, there was an item that was moved to the Hill. Is that, of the folks that need to speak on that, are they present now?
No, they're not.
Okay. We're going to move around a little bit on the agenda. We can, parliamentarian, could read item number 38.
Yes, ma'am. Item 38 comes from the Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as vice chair. Item 38 is a resolution to continue to provide Shelby County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Samuel Lilly his salary, health care, OJI, and other benefits comprising all of the rights and emoluments of a full-time deputy sheriff until his retirement or death, whichever first occurs. This item requires expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office general funds in the amount of $118,720, sponsored by Commissioner McWright, Commissioner Amber Mills, Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr., Commissioner Erica Sugarman, and Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules and was amended in November 12, 2025 committee meeting.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Ford. Can I get a committee report from Commissioner Sugarman?
Yes, Madam Chair, it was favorable.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Bradford?
Yes, I'd like to move a substitute item. It's being distributed right now.
Second.
I object.
We need to. Okay, so we first need a motion to suspend the rules because the item did not meet the permanent rules. Can I get a motion for suspension of the rules?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman. I have a second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Okay, so moved. All right, Commissioner Bradford, you are, you're recognized.
All right. The county attorney has made a recommendation on this item to adjust it to make it a stay of benefits, so basically extension of services. Chief Buckner, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to review this in much detail. If the 30 days sounds accurate, something else has come up as it was not clear that Sergeant Lilly's benefits were going to expire on December 1st. So I guess if you could speak to that, and then if you've had an opportunity to look at this, if you would look at this as well, and hopefully this will take care of what we need to take care of.
Okay, so let me just go back to the motion is by Commissioner Bradford for the substitute, and I had a second by Commissioner Sugarman.
May I read the
Yes.
substitute caption?
I objected.
Excuse me, Commissioner Ford, we're going to read the motion into the record.
And then I'm going to have my
You want a
objection upheld, right?
You can move forward, parliamentarian.
The caption for the substitute resolution that is being presented is as follows. Resolution, and the new wording is approving a 30-day extension of all existing benefits and then it continues on, to continue to provide Shelby County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Samuel Lilly his salary, health care, OJI, and other benefits comprising all of the rights and emoluments of a full-time deputy sheriff until his retirement or death, whichever first occurs. So this item requires expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office general funds in the amount of $118,720, sponsored by Commissioner McWright, Commissioner Amber Mills, and Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr. And this item also does not meet requirements of permanent rules.
So it was a motion by Commissioner Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. There's an objection from Commissioner Ford. We can now speak on the substitute. And I'm going to ask if you could just clear the queue for anyone that wants to speak on the substitute. Take everyone out so that we'll know who wants to speak on the substitute, please. Okay, if you'd like to speak on the substitute, please get in the queue for anyone that would like to speak on the substitute. Commissioner Wright?
Am I right?
Commissioner Wright, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So I will say this, I think this substitute is in line with the executive session that we had a moment ago in which the county's attorney's office made some recommendations to us. And in particular, we're concerned about us having a policy in place. I did want to say, just originally, before I knew any of this was going to come up, I wanted to say a word of thanks to all the people that have emailed. I've gotten more emails on this item. Even though I was a sponsor, I've received more emails on this than anything I can remember in recent times. So thank you to everyone who's been reaching out. And of course, our passion and our heart is to take care of this sergeant who was hurt in the line of duty. Another thing that they said, in addition to asking for my support, was they said, well, this shouldn't even be an issue. This should be something that you do just in general, automatically, by policy. And so I definitely do agree that we need to have a policy in place. I guess, ambivalent about how we take care of that. But I say, let's take care of the sergeant tonight. Let's do whatever we can to ensure his salary and benefits continue. But we also do need to come back and have a policy in place. So for that reason, I would rise in support of this substitute that would continue those benefits, but also give us an opportunity to formulate that policy to make sure that we're never in this situation again, that we always take care of the men and women such as those who are gathered here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford?
I want y'all in the audience to know exactly what's going on. I stayed here because I knew when I went to go get some water and I saw some attorneys near the subliminal water cooler, I knew it was about this item. I wasn't back there, so I can say whatever I need to say. Tired of the sneaky nonsense. Sergeant Lilly doesn't deserve that. And neither does anybody that risks their life to make sure that we're protected. Period. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke. Now, hold on, because, she's going to thumbs up, thumbs down you. We got a few rules here to where if it's something that I support, you might get the rule. If it's something that they support, they'll let anybody do whatever. So just let me get my time in. It says approving a 30-day extension for all benefits. And then putting a policy in place. Well, the policy, number one, should have never been changed. Number one. Number two, why can't we handle this business? Because we got a $43 million item coming up, and we're talking about $118,000 right now. The sheriff has already stated that he can find this in the budget, the same budget that people have been taking away from for the last 3 years. Let's put all that in context. and then put a substitute and say sponsored by me. I don't know anything about this substitute. I just know that y'all were behind that wall trying to figure out how to get 7 people to run this play. Many of you have filled out a card. I want you to know exactly what this is, because I don't know if 7 people are going to do this or not. If they do, it's a shame. We only got 1 meeting left in December. Next meeting's in January. Those 30 days will be up. I want y'all to think about that, and I want y'all to think about that. There's nothing wrong with taking care of the original and doing a policy at the same time. Just like when we had our discussion in committee and we had the actuary/attorney talk about policies and this, that, and the other. We can do both. But the way that this is written, as far as a 30-day extension, and when I talked to some people in the sheriff's division, they stated that it's not possible for them to be able to put a policy together within the 30 days. The best bet would probably be January. I don't know if you want to speak on that or not, since we're talking about, we have a motion on the floor about the substitute. If you want to speak on that, I'm asking through the chair, can you speak on that regarding the timeline? She's looking to the left. She ain't looking at me no more. Can you talk about this as far as, can a policy actually be put in place and vetted in 30 days, like what they're trying to do here?
Janice Holmes, Director of Human Resources, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I think we collaborate with Shelby County HR, Mr. Thornton and his crew. We could probably come up with a policy. Now, would it be done in 30 days? Probably not.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Director Thornton through the chair. So a realistic time frame, would that be 60 days, 30 days? Because what we do want to do is take care of everyone in case they're facing a catastrophe. And second of all, when we're back in the back, there is no policy, there has not been a policy, and this is to the attorney through the chair, or Thornton, a policy of this nature in place. Understand there's other policy, but not taking care of something like this situation.
Correct. Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. As I was talking to, let's say, future sheriff, Chief Buckner here, there was no intent of us actually separating him from payroll between now and the next 6 months or whenever. There was no intent to separate him from payroll, period. So I have to correct Commissioner Ford as to what he said. Secondly, there is a 30-day time frame, which I have been tasked with actually trying to review and get something very similar to the city of Memphis. And also another correction is, I know, and we're very respectful of Sergeant Lilly here. We all working together from a few times with the administration as well as the sheriff department on the same side of the coin. And we do not want to hurt one of our officers, but we do not want to necessarily keep coming down here in case something else happens to another officer. So what we're trying to do is correct this matter, not just for Sergeant Lilly, but for any future officers, firefighters, and EMT. So this is not just an issue dealing with Shelby County Sheriff Department. This is any person who we consider are deemed as public safety. Unlike the city of Memphis does have OJI, line of duty disabilities and the like. I did speak today with one of the foremost experts, Mr. Ted Hanson, on this particular issue because it's of my concerns as well. And he was laying out some parameters as to how he think we should go about with this. We also have Mr. Frank Carney here, so I'm calling Frank out, who also is on our pension board. So not only are we looking at it from an HR perspective of a benefit or line of duty, we also look at it from a pension perspective because typically, me being a retiree from the military itself, a lot of guys get line of duty disabilities and the like. And so we get our salaries, we get pensions, we get other types of benefits as well.
Thank you so much.
So-
And so let me ask you this real quick. I don't mean to cut you off, but my time is running up. So as opposed to putting a 30-day time frame, I was wondering if we could maybe have an extension until a catastrophic policy is in place. I mean, because my thing is putting things in writing. You know, I just want to go by hearsay, this and the other. I think we need something in writing. And so since it's been stated on record that 30 days is not enough, can we just leave that open until a policy is in place? And instead of saying a 30 days, put until a catastrophic policy can be put in place
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that he'll continue to get his benefits and things of that
That'd
nature?
be great. And really, speaking also, I don't speak on behalf of Chief Buckner here, but we are not going to separate.
But I like things in writing. I don't like things, you know, verbally you're saying it's on
also
record.
and I put it in writing to you as well. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Mills?
Thank you.
Commissioner, the only thing I want to add, I want to speak on behalf of Anthony Buckner, Chief Deputy, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I do want to give some recognition to Sam Lilly's father, Mr. Van Lilly, who's standing here today. He actually drove 9 hours to be here from Houston. And since the incident involving Mr. Lilly occurred, Mr. Lilly and his wife have been living in a camper in Houston, Texas. In fact, his wife has not left his side ever since the accident. Now, I can tell you, over the past year, this is the number one question that have come to me from the men and women that are sitting in this audience today. All of us want to know, will we be taken care of? And so I'm hoping that the county will give us a seat at the table when we're drafting this policy, because we are deeply impacted by the policy. And so I do like extending it to a policy as written, but here's the thing. I would ask that before a letter is sent to the family of Mr. and Mrs. Lilly, that we give them adequate time. We learned about this almost in the 9th hour, and it was going to be quite disheartening to send a letter to this family letting them know that their son benefits were being cut off. So I'm going to ask that before any cutoff notices or anything happens like that, that we get an adequate notice. But I do want us to have a seat at the table so we can help draft whatever policy is going to impact us.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I have a question to the Attorney Smith. With the original resolution, what part of the charter are we breaking? Are we breaking any part of the charter?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The resolution is outside the existing policy adopted by the County Commission, so I would say that you would be running afoul of 2.06.
So that's your, okay, all right, that's our opinion. And there's no policy, so we're not breaking policy. Is there any state law that we're breaking?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, as this is outside of policy, it is in fact not approved by policy.
But we control the purse strings to the county.
Yes.
So we can, it is within our purview to do this, should we choose to do this.
I can't co-sign that statement as said. No, ma'am.
So we could pass this and still do the policy in addition to, and this would be a one-time thing, and it wouldn't snowball. Could we?
I believe you could pass this resolution as currently before you, and we could still undertake efforts to draft a policy.
Okay. Director Thornton, how many times have we talked about a medical retirement policy? And now you're going to crank one out in 30 days?
Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources, I never committed to the 30 days. I said I would look at it because I was given this task within the last 2 weeks or so when this was brought, well, within the last month or so, it was brought to my attention. So getting a policy knocked out within 30 days and all the whatever, that's almost impossible.
That's my concern, because it is going to take longer than 30 days.
Well, yeah, and I think what the concern is, I'm definitely on board with the extension of time, as well as the administration, as well as the sheriff department, because we want to also cover not just Officer Lilly, Sergeant Lilly, but all individuals who may be in the same situation.
I'm looking at a few of them tonight, yeah.
And so, let me say it again for the record. Sergeant Lilly's benefits will not be cut off, nor the OJI, with what is 60 days, 90 days, or 30 days. He will continue to get his pay because it's coming out of the sheriff's department budget, and they've committed to that, as well as any and all health benefits that are being currently paid. So it will not impact Sergeant Lilly, again, and he will continue receiving his full benefit and salary. But we need to look at this also from others. and set out some parameters as to what is considered an OJI, what is considered as catastrophic. It's not just me coming up with a policy. It's got to be tried and true. And for Chief Buckner here, yes, the Sheriff Department will be at the table. They'll be at the table.
My time is up. I'm more comfortable with the original, with all that was just stated. I'll get back in the queue. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Particularly because of what Director Thornton just said, I will agree with my colleague. If the benefits will continue, then why are we putting in writing the extension? Like, something there just doesn't actually pan out for me. And I haven't seen government move in 30 days for anything. I don't know how many of you in the audience actually believe that a 30-day extension would actually do much. So before, I was about to make a motion for a 90-day extension, but I do feel that if we can amend the policy and continue to make sure that this particular sergeant is taken care of, that we should do that with the original resolution. So I will see how the flow goes. I'm also in support of going back to the original resolution and working on the policy. And I'll just say, to echo what Commissioner Wright said, thank you to everyone that's reached out. It really, really does make a huge impact to see all of the emails, all the texts, all the inboxes, to let us know that you actually care about this particular item, and that's been very evident. So thank you to those who showed here. Thank you to his father and his partner for being here. Your presence really does matter. So I hope to see us make him whole and just secure during this time. The last thing we need is for you to keep coming down to have to fight for this item. So I really would like for the commission to just be responsive and just thoughtful of just how much of an inconvenience it is as people are focused on their loved one. They shouldn't have to also focus on making sure that he's covered. So thank you.
Commissioner. Anthony Buckner, Chief Deputy Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, to your point, we would love to stick with the original. Obviously, we have to respect the will of the body, but we would love to stick with the original resolution. I cannot imagine a policy that's written today that's going to exclude Sam Lither's injuries. I mean, he likely will not be a deputy sheriff again. So it would be great if we could stick with the initial resolution.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was in the back the whole time listening to the attorneys. The day this happened, and Chief Buckner and the Sheriff, I reached out to them. Whatever I can do to support this sergeant, I'm there. I came here tonight ready to support this item until we got word of what was transpired by the attorneys, looking at how do we make sure all of our officers going forward are taken care of. So again, because I heard all of what the attorneys had to say, as someone who voted against the budget, the only vote against the budget. Why? Because there was no foresight in this county for things like this and other things that's happening in our community. When we talking about, we just been addressing poverty, not working to eradicate it, meaning putting the resources in there that's going to impact a lot of the issues like this coming forward. I feel that if we're not honest with ourselves on what was brought to us about the attorneys, we're putting ourselves, because we can make this, like we do in a lot of instances I see happen down here, quick jerk, and then not thinking long through this thing, a lot gonna hit us in the butt, and we're gonna be talking about other officers and other people in other departments coming here because something else happened to them, and we're gonna be faced with that as a county and not being able to afford it, Chief Deputy. So to our attorneys, before I make an amendment, the question I had is, how do this affect us if we move forward today? Will we be locking ourselves into a situation if we say without amending the policy that something else happened? Would that put us in a situation where we could be sued anything by someone else if we don't do this right this time? If you can answer that to the attorney through the chair. I'm sorry, Chair.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The reality is it's creating precedent. I can't tell you the total value of the risk, but it is creating a precedent because it is outside of policy and therefore violates policy. So our recommendation is obviously the substitute item and allow us to come back to you in 30 days.
And in light of her statement, in light of what Human Resource said, I would ask that if this body, if we can extend his stay to 90 days to give time for Human Resource to get the policy in place. Again, continue to give him his funding, continue to take care of Sergeant Lilly until the policy is done so we can make sure other officers, if this happens, is taken care of. This is not to say that this body do not want to make this whole. I came here to make this officer and his family whole. But I got to think about, as a person that sit in this seat, whether I'm gone next year or not, whatever that look for the future of this county, we got to think about what position we're putting ourselves in and the other taxpayers of this county and what that look like if something else happened in another department that we got to take care of another individual. So if I can, with my last few seconds, if I can put forth an amendment for 90 days stay on this particular resolution.
So
Point
this-
of order.
Friendly reminder.
So
Point of
Commissioner,
order.
just a moment. Commissioner Caswell, you're asking for, making a motion for a friendly amendment?
Yes, ma'am, a friendly amendment to this substitute.
Point of order.
I will. There's a civil way that we do all this. I'm trying to make sure that I had understood from Commissioner Caswell exactly what it is that you were asking. Okay?
That's what I was asking.
Yes, thank you.
Point of order. That means everything's supposed to cease. Robert's rules.
When the chair acknowledges.
Acknowledge then, please.
Okay, Commissioner Bradford, I'm going to go to you in the queue.
Ma'am, you're not following. Point of order means everything's supposed to cease, and I'm supposed to show where in our rules we're violating rules. You're violating that rule, Madam Chair. I have a point of order. It needs to be acknowledged. You can decline it, and I will appeal and show where you're supposed to give me the point of order. You're supposed to stop everything, acknowledge it, and then do something. You're not supposed to go to anybody else.
Commissioner Ford,
Ma'am,
will you allow me to be the parliamentarian, please?
all I know is there's a point of order.
Sir?
Ma'am, you're not a commissioner.
The parliamentarian is speaking.
The issue is that when she calls you to order, you do not cease speaking.
Ma'am. We're going to get to
Commissioner
an
Ford.
item where you messed up a second ago, so you're in no
Commissioner Ford.
position
Point
to
of
tell
order.
me where
Commissioner
I'm supposed
Ford,
to.
we're now
The
going to
motion on the floor is to put a substitute on, and there was an objection, so you cannot make an amendment on something that's not on the floor yet. So we don't need to be having
Commissioner
any type of
Ford.
discussion on it. It's
Commissioner
that
Ford.
simple, ladies and gentlemen.
Commissioner Ford.
Robert's rules easily.
Commissioner Ford.
They've been
please-
told to do,
please-
hey.
Please cease at this moment, Commissioner Ford.
How about you please cease and you follow the rules? We know why you became the chair, so you could be the,
All
Sir?
right, that's
go ahead
it.
and be the political
Sir,
concubine
sir.
for the mayor.
Point of order.
If
He
that
can't
is-
be down
that is
here. Come on.
absolutely,
Point of
Come on.
absolutely out
Point
of
of
order.
order.
Cut off his
Hey.
microphone. Cut off his microphone.
How about we cut
Now,
you off as the chair?
off the
You should have never been that in the first place.
That's it.
This is not right to your son. This is not right
At
to your
this
son.
point, Commissioner Ford, I'd like the deputy jailer, if you're not going to stop, then at this point, then you'll have to leave
Ma'am,
the chamber.
I wish you would.
You'll have to leave the chamber if you're not able to stop at
I
this point.
wish you would.
Because the disrespect at this point is ridiculous. This is
It's
about
disrespectful
this family.
to-
This is about this
It's-
family.
No,
This
it is about
this
this family. And we need to do the right thing, and what we don't need to do when there's a point of order, you need to acknowledge it.
Parliamentarian,
Hey,
you can speak now.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm sorry this is happening to you. They're not
Commissioner
trying to do the
Ford.
right thing. I'm sorry.
there is law about the removal of a disruptive commissioner from meetings, which is, under the law, permitted. However, a disruptive commissioner would still be permitted to vote, to come and vote. You would not be denied that opportunity. But, sir, we have got to conduct these meetings with decorum. When the chair, we have an elected chair, and she has the authority to run a meeting in accordance with your rules. And, sir, when she calls you to order, you are correct. You are to cease speaking.
If we did that in the first place, we wouldn't have this outburst. The chairwoman provoked that.
At this point.
But I'm in the queue, so
this-
I'm not going
at this
anywhere on that.
point-
Thank you.
No, I'm not, I don't want to have
There
want
is an
this to be a
open
dip-dish.
human resources complaint that I have on the chairwoman and another commissioner, and it has been brought to my attention by HR that Lee Harris and Harold Collins have taken over on that investigation.
Commissioner Ford, at this
I
point.
need y'all to know that
Commissioner Ford,
I
at
need
this
y'all
point,
to
I'm going
know
to need
that-
you to stop talking.
you're under investigation, Ms. Avan, because of this. I'll add that to what's going on.
Okay, at this point,
Thank you.
we were going to move to the folks in the queue who have not spoken. Commissioner Ford, if you would like your point of order to be addressed, then we can address your point of order. However, if for any more reasons you feel it appropriate to not only be disrespectful and insulting to this body, because it is not just me, but it is the entire body when you have these outbursts, it is disrespectful to the body. Would you like to have your point of order addressed? All right, Commissioner Bradford, I'm going to go to the other commissioners in the queue who have not spoken on the substitute item.
To everyone here on this item, I can guarantee you tonight when we leave, Mr. Lilly will have all of his benefits. Everyone up here wants him to have his benefits. When we came to this meeting today, legal had a concern. As many times in all of our lives, lawyers are making things a little more difficult than they should be. So rest assured, when we get out of here tonight, Mr. Lilly's going to have his benefits one way or another. So my question to Chief Buckner, you said you'd like to go back to the original item. We also have had an opportunity to extend the days on this item. The only reason I brought this forward is because legal said we needed to do something. So if we were to change this to 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, would that make you any more comfortable with this, or should we go back to the original item?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Repeat that question for me.
I want to get something in front of us that you're happy with and that legal is happy with, so we can move on down the road with this. And it may mean that we've got to get a policy put in place. Right now, what's in front of us is a 30-day extension. We have the power to make that 60 days. We can make it 90 days. We can make it 120 days, as long as everybody is agreeable to that. That's what I'm trying to get through tonight, so that the lawyers are happy, so that Lily's family is happy, and that we all are moving forward. And so my question to you is the 30 days enough? It may actually be a question for HR. Do we need to make it 60? You also have stated you'd rather go back to the original item. I don't have a problem going back to the original item. I just know we're going to catch flack from the attorneys over the next however long. So I'll do whatever you want to do, sir.
Well, Anthony Buckner, Chief Deputy Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner, I guess I'll start by saying this. This incident occurred October 2024. A policy could have been written by now. Over a year later, and we're still talking about a policy that's not yet to be written. This family doesn't deserve that. I just said he left Houston, Texas, drove 9 hours to be here for us to deliberate on a future policy that may come up. I say again, whatever policy is written, Sam Little is probably going to qualify for it. He would never be back as a deputy sheriff, most likely. So I don't see how he wouldn't fit in to a policy that may come, and I do say may come in the future. But again, we'll respect the will of the body. But I would say, in terms of days, as one of the commissioners indicated earlier, 30 days is not enough time. It's not going to be written in 30 days. So I would say leave him on payroll as is with benefits until a policy is written, at a minimum.
Okay. Commissioner Ford, you recognized.
All right, thank you. And to my colleague, the only reason why I had a point of order, if somebody was paying attention, was that we needed to dispose of this item so you can make your amendment. We wasted about 5 minutes of time. We could have probably had a whole lot of things resolved. That's not leadership, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately. I'm going to read what this substitute says word for word. I could have already had it done. This is why I don't support the substitute, because anything can happen. Anybody can say anything at that well, talking about 30, 60, 90, 120, but the resolution that they're trying to put, that they went behind the closed doors, This ain't the first time they've been behind closed doors when it comes to you all and your budget and other folks. It says, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, that Shelby County government on behalf of Shelby County Sheriff's Office is hereby directed to continue to pay Sergeant Samuel Lillies his full salary and his related benefits, here's the new piece, for a 30-day period for development of a policy to include benefits until Shelby County government retirement or death, whichever first occurs. So they stuck in the 30-day on that. Let me give you the extra piece that they snuck in behind closed doors. It says, be it further resolved, the Shelby County government is hereby directed to continue to provide Sergeant Lilly benefits as it does for all employees on the county payroll, including but not limited to insurance, retirement benefit options, in addition to paying for all his medical care and treatment arising out of and or related to the injuries sustained on October 15, 2024, and all the rights and emoluments of a full-time deputy sheriff. Here's the new piece. During this period, which means it goes back to the 30 days. This is why they want to get me out of here, because they're doing all the sneaky, corrupt stuff up here. They've been, and I'm going to say this in my last 58 seconds. Y'all want to say, but the attorney said this. Yeah, the attorney gave y'all the green light to defund the sheriff's division. Now we're in court. Good job, attorneys. Those same attorneys came up with a $43 million add-on that wasn't even in public as far as being put on our agenda. And only about 4 or 5 commissioners showed up on that. They can do whatever they want, these attorneys, and they have. And some of them, they're going to be dealt with eventually from a legal standpoint too. But what I will not is be silenced by anybody that is insignificant, insecure, or anything else when it comes to me fighting for the employees and law enforcement. If they got a problem with that, I'm sorry that people came down when a particular chairperson got the job, and the first thing she wanted to do was put ethics in place to remove this person. So I could care less about her having an issue with me, but I will say this.
Commissioner Ford, your time is up.
And I hope that masculinity that you have been brought out will cease too. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And so again, my intent, at least I can speak for what I've heard so far, is our intent is to take care of Sergeant Little throughout this process. And so if this is approved, the substitute, what I will amend it to Buckner's statement is take it out, approving a 30-day and just putting a resolution to issue a stay of all existing benefits until a catastrophic policy is put in place, so that, and also make the corrections throughout so it reflects that, so it's a stay until however long it takes. Whether, I don't want to put a date on things, because things happen. I want to make sure everybody's taken care of, number one, especially Sergeant Little. That is the intent. The concerns that the attorney's office mentioned, and I want them to address it, is that this sets a precedent for other lawsuits. Right now, we have a lawsuit from the Sheriff's Department, potentially from the school board members, et cetera. And so again, we don't want to bankrupt our budget. Having said that, we do want to take care of Sergeant Little, so a stay. Sergeant Little, I'm sorry, Sergeant Little.
Lily.
Lily, Sergeant Little, Lily. Lily, Sergeant Lily. Okay, thank you. Sergeant Lily. I said Lily. Sergeant Lily, okay? So the intent is to continue with his benefits until a policy is put in place. The concern, again, is that according to the attorney, and I would like the attorney to speak to this, address this, in the back, they were saying that this could set a precedent that we may have to fight later on. And that is a huge concern. Okay, so because we do want to take care of those who have these injuries. Now, hopefully that's what will happen in the future, but I'm saying if it does occur, there'll be a policy in place. And so I'd like the attorney to address the precedent. What does that mean if this original resolution is put in place? What precedent does it set for the future? Because right now we have a lot of lawsuits that we're dealing with. Through the chair, thank you.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. This obviously sets a standard for what can be approved outside of existing policy. I do believe it sets criteria that the board could be held to in the future for other claims.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm listening, and I just want to what concerns me is that we're down 2 people. So when I look at these votes, it gets very technical for me. We're looking for a pathway to 7 at this point. And so if you're in the audience and you are listening to people speak, this is the moment for you to text and just say, hey, this is where I stand. You know, I support the original resolution. I do not support in real time. We were just handed a substitute, so that doesn't mean that we've been able to get all of a really thorough explanation. That's why we have committee, to be able to really unpack these type of things on the fly. For something so sensitive as this, I don't support us making amendments and trying to interpret legal interpretations of this resolution. So I do think that we should go back to the original item. We've heard legal say that we can pass this resolution and then also amend the policy, and that's all that we really need to hear. We've heard from the deputy sheriff that he supports the original resolution. We're all in agreement. I feel that we want to support Sergeant in this particular moment, and not only him but his family. And so I just feel like at this point the substitute just needs to be preferably withdrawn, but definitely if we put it to a vote, I would hope that we would vote it down so that we can go back to the original resolution. I do think that Chief Deputy Buckner, you made a great point just now. We had plenty of time to amend the policy, and I think that was a very pertinent point. If that was the priority, nothing is going to put fire underneath our policymakers than us passing the original resolution and the clock ticking. So I do think that we need to go ahead and go back to the original resolution, and I hope that the commissioners here will get that done. Thank you.
Commissioner Whaley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Deputy Buckner, for your leadership here. One idea I had, and Attorney Smith, you can weigh in on whether this would work, but I think certainly the advantage of the resolution that was originally drafted that we looked at was that it provides certainty and closure. And it doesn't require sort of having to come back and hope that it gets extended, or, I mean, that's just not, that just adds further stress that's shouldn't be there. But then what you're also hearing is that there's this also element of the importance of a unified policy that can exist in, well beyond this commission. That's quite important as well. And you're right, it should have already happened. It's wild that it hasn't, but it should. And I think it's clear that there's some motivation to do it. And again, appreciate your willingness to be a part of that. So one thought here is that if we just, on this substitute, if we change the language to just make it an indefinite extension, okay? It's an indefinite extension of benefits, which is different than a resolution approving whatever the original language was. So we're just taking action to extend it an indefinite period of time. All the other language stays the same. And the policy is a separate issue. So it's not reliant on the approval of a policy, though we know we need to do that. That, at least to me, seems like it might work. What do we think, Attorney Smith?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. Without having specific language before me, it sounds like an indefinite extension is in large part the same as the original resolution. My recommendation would be to define a period of time, up to and including using the development of the policy as a back end to the extension of these benefits.
Okay. So the original resolution says, a resolution to continue to provide the benefits. And what we're considering is a extension. So to me, that seems different, right? In that we're talking about different periods of time, and that indefinite, in theory, right, a future commission can come back and say, the time is up. I mean, they could do that, right? So there's a little difference there.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. Your employment policies act in large part as a contract between the government and its employees. The government needs to contract with a defined scope. And so our efforts here are to create a path for the development of a long-term policy, but also to define the scope of your agreement in the terms of this particular element. So 30 days, you don't like it, 90 days, 120 days, or continue until a policy is defined or articulated or created to cover claims just like this, under which, at that point, you could decide to put Sergeant Lilly's benefits under that policy that you've created. But define the period of time is my recommendation to you now. Even if it is the creation of the policy as the stop block on the other
Okay.
side.
All right, so sorry, Madam Chair, I know I'm out of time, but just want to try to button this up, if I may, just briefly. Okay, so we could say an indefinite extension until the policy is approved, which in theory would include, would include this, so it would be a moot point. Okay, I got it. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
So,
Well,
no.
I don't know if we can
So
right now.
we can't make a motion on that at this point. So there's one. So do we need to vote this up or down? Yeah. Okay. All right, so if there's anyone, Commissioner Wright, I'm going to allow you to speak if you'd like to speak on the substitute, because we're going to actually go back to the vote to either vote this up or down. Now, people can make another motion once we get back to the original, if they like, that could make some of those changes. So, Commissioner Wright? Or if the maker of the... Yes. Commissioner Wright?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I'm seeking to find some resolution that certainly makes Sergeant Lilly whole, as we intended to do all along, but hopefully also addresses the concerns of our legal advisors. So let me make a pitch. This will be like the fourth or fifth pitch to you. I have a possible way forward. What if we did this to Attorney Smith? Could we add some language to this resolution that simply made this resolution the policy? So in other words, it would be a whereas clause such as, whereas it shall constitute the policy of Shelby County government to treat all law enforcement officers suffering such injuries in accordance with this resolution.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. While I would love to just say yes, I have to advise caution, because when you put policies in place, you evaluate them from several different perspectives, including cost, investment, etc. I do agree with Commissioner Whaley's suggestion that you could amend the language to make it an indefinite period of time until a policy is created. I think that captures what we're asking for, and I also think it allows us time to truly vet what it is that you are saying.
Fair enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Caswell? and
Madam
then
Chair,
Commissioner
again, to the Sergeant Chief Buckner, you know, I've been a man of my word. If I call you on something, I'm calling you on something. And it's that I'm here to support Sergeant in this matter. I'm looking to the future of making sure that we all are made whole in this county. But Madam Chair, I cannot go forward. I just have to apologize to you as a woman. I have to apologize to you, because I said Friday crying with the youth at the bridges over this same thing from the last meeting because of the disrespect. As a father with 5 girls, and my mother that watched these meetings, for you to have a child, I have to apologize to you as a woman. This matter is about taking care of the county business, and this is not to say that don't want to take care of the sergeant and to do what is right for him. We're just trying to find the best way forward that we're going to take care of all. This is nothing to take away from this sergeant. I wouldn't dare run for office again if this sergeant in this body, if not made whole. I wouldn't dare run for office. I don't need this seat. I don't need this seat. I don't need a title. This ain't right. To try to make it about somebody else when it's about taking care of the county business. In the budget, we didn't take care of the county business. Some people may feel we did, but tonight we got to make a decision because we ain't looking long term. 18 years of not doing what we needed to do, and now we are where we are. I want to do what's right. I want to do what's right by this sergeant. I want to do what's right by the people of this county. And again, if I want to take the legal advice so that we can make sure it's done right, I'm supportive 100%. Taking care of the sergeant is my vote. We just got to do it right.
All right, Vice Chair Bradford.
I hesitate to do this because listening to one attorney has gotten us off in the weeds a little bit here. Is Sergeant Lilly's attorney here, Mr. Jeff Rosenblum? If you would like to speak on this item a little bit, just on behalf of Sergeant Lilly. Thank you.
Thank you, this body, to let me speak. My job as a catastrophic personal injury lawyer is to get a recovery for someone. I was unable to do that in the civil courts of law. There was no source to provide Sam Lilly with a recovery that would take care of him. Sam's mother's been texting me. He's in a hospital in Houston. He can't walk. He can't talk. They don't have the ability to bring him home. They've been there with him living in a camper. I heard once that we can do for one what we wish we could do for all. And now this body has an opportunity to do for one what we want and hope and wish we could do for all. And with all due respect to Ms. Smith and the other attorneys at the table, we're advocates. She's an advocate for the county. I'm an advocate for Sam. But you guys are the body that can provide for this young man. And it's not creating precedent for everybody. It's creating a recovery for this young man so that his mother and his father don't have to worry. When is that deadline coming? Have they not gotten the policy changed yet? What do we do next week? What do we do next month? Give this family a little peace, a little victory for Sam right now. He understands and he is fighting daily to get better. And I understand the county wants to be cautious, but there's a flip side to everything. What I heard Ms. Smith say in response to Commissioner Whaley was maybe we don't want to have it indefinite. And then what I heard her say in response to Commissioner Wright was it's better to have it indefinite than for this board to create the policy tonight. Let's have it indefinite. That's a win for now, and we can cross the next bridge when another body comes up with a policy. Thank you for letting me speak, and let's take care of Sam. That's what's important. Let's do for one what we wish and want and hope that we can do for all.
Vice Chair Bradford, is there anything else? Okay. Mr. Lilly, and to the family, thank you for being here. I do want to apologize from the seat that you had to even witness something that should not be a part of a discussion when it comes to how we can take care of Sergeant Lilly. So from my seat, I want to apologize that you had to witness that. It is never the intent of the body. I don't think anyone on this body would want you to be further traumatized by the things that are happening. So again, my deepest and sincerest apologies. So Commissioner Whaley, this will be the last comment on this, and then we'll take to the vote.
Well,
the substitute amendment.
Was going to make a motion to amend the substitute that's brought by Commissioner Bradford to include the language that we've discussed around an indefinite extension until policy approval.
So we have a motion on the floor to substitute. So Commissioner Bradford, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Okay.
Yes, I accept that.
So it's a motion by
I
Commissioner.
accept that as a friendly amendment.
Point of order.
Commissioner Ford.
Don't we have to vote on it being the substitute in front of us before we make that move? As I tried to state before, the motion on the floor is to have this in front of us, and there was an objection.
Commissioner Ford, you have often participated in having a friendly amendment to a substitute on the floor.
You know what? After it has been accepted, yes.
Okay, so we have an objection
After it's
to
been
we have
accepted.
an objection to the we have an objection to the substitute. So at this point, can there be any amendments or friendly amendments made when we have, because there's been an objection on the floor?
So in the past, we have taken up a friendly amendment to, while a substitute was under consideration, we have taken up a friendly amendment. If at this juncture, we no longer want to entertain that, then we can look at that for moving forward, and we can amend our rules to put in that detail. But in the past, we have contemplated a friendly amendment to a motion that's on the floor before it was voted on.
Commissioner Lauer, since you have not spoken out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get some clarity on where we are and what we're actually voting on, since there are amendments. And then the question maybe to the parliamentarian, to the sponsor, would it be appropriate if the sponsor, since it's his substitute, could the sponsor of the substitute amend the substitute on the floor before it's brought to the body?
Yes, sir. Actually, Commissioner Bradford, who has proffered the substitute, has just stated that he is in agreement to accepting that before it goes up for a formal vote.
Madam Chair, Chief Anthony Buckner, Chief Deputy Sheriff's Office, whatever is voted on this evening, I want to make sure for the point of clarity where it states his salary, just a reminder that Sergeant Lilly's salary was going to be cut to 60% starting December 1. So I want to make sure that whatever is voted on, the term is full salary.
Yes. That is the intent. So we'll make sure that that is stated in the. So Commissioner Bradford has accepted the friendly amendment.
Why don't we also add that component in there as well, so that it says full salary in the caption? In the caption.
Okay.
So parliamentarian, if you could you read the caption?
Okay, give me just one moment, please.
Point of information.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, so on these substitute resolution, it reads that the sponsor are Wright, Mills, and Ford. Wouldn't one of them have to accept the friendly amendment?
So the substitute itself, and the substitute,
Yes.
state it again.
On the substitute that we were handed, it states it's sponsored by Commissioners Wright, Mills, and Ford. And if it's a friendly amendment, wouldn't have to be a friendly amendment accepted by one of the sponsors?
So the substitute that should it have been stated for Commissioner Bradford, should your name have been added?
That's correct. My name should be on this from what we
Okay.
did at committee level.
And my name's not on it either.
Okay. So for clarity, Commissioner Bradford's name and Commissioner Sugarman's name should be added as sponsors for the resolution. So we have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman that Commissioner Bradford and Commissioner Sugarman's name are also added to this substitute as a sponsor. I have a second by Commissioner, let's get the other items in front of us before we do that.
Okay,
Substitute that came to us. They said the names on here.
it's definite. Take out these sponsors.
Parliamentarian, if you could read the caption.
The substitute caption reads, "Resolution approving an indefinite extension of all existing benefits and to continue to provide Shelby County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Samuel Lilly his salary, health care, OJI, and other benefits comprising all of the rights and emoluments of a full-time deputy sheriff until his retirement or death, whichever first occurs. This item requires expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office general funds in the amount of no less than $118,720, sponsored by Commissioner McWright, Commissioner Amber Mills, Commissioner David Bradford, Commissioner Erica Sugarman, and Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules.
Can we add one thing? You left out full salary, and I think the commission, the body wanted full salary, not to continue to provide his salary. It's his full salary.
Well, sir, I discussed that with Chief Buckner, and the full salary is listed in the caption, and we also put in no less than in case there are any raises or anything else that would apply to this position. So the full salary has been listed, and then we said no less than that amount.
That's his salary? I just meant, when she said his salary, I wanted
Point of order.
Yes, Commissioner Mills.
We have not voted to put the substitute on the floor before us. Robert's Rules of Order, can you read them? Because I've not, this is concerning. This is a man's life here, and we are amending something that is not properly before us on the floor.
Commissioner Mills, respectfully, we do a friendly amendment all the time because this is going to formally go up or down. And so Commissioner Mills, respectfully, we always entertain friendly amendments, and it has been accepted by your vice chair, and then it will be voted on.
I heard that, Madam Parliamentarian. I just asked if you could read me in Robert's Rules of Order where this is the proper procedure to do this.
Please allow me a moment, and I will pull it up.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna. We'll state that.
Right, but she needs to be clear what her objection is. That's not clear about what she's saying. Okay, that's what I'm trying, yeah, I'm saying.
Okay, Commissioner Mills?
You want me to?
Yes. So Commissioner Mills, the parliamentarian is going to read for you our rules.
So first I want to note that Rule 28, if any question arises which is not covered for in these permanent rules, the same shall be governed by the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, which is hereby adopted. We have a rule on amendments, and so our rules of order would apply. I'm going to read that. So that's Rule 27. Oh, wait a minute. Motion to amend. So that is actually Rule 22C. Whether in a committee meeting or in a meeting of the county commission, if a motion to amend an item is on the floor and the motion has been properly divided, each motion shall be considered a separate amendment to the item. So to your point, we would take that up, and then the secondary one would be to take up changing that language. So if you want to, but our process that we have used in the past is if a commissioner would accept a friendly amendment, then we allow that. But since in this time you want to not take up our custom, you would like to first
vote on the
vote
amendment.
up and down the way that it reads in its present form as presented, we can take that up, and then we can then vote on the version that has now extended an indefinite extension.
So now we're going to vote on whether or not to take up the amendment.
Commissioner Mills, are you objecting to the friendly amendment that was accepted by Commissioner Bradford? Do you want to go through two processes?
I wanted to follow the proper process is what I wanted to do. And I was concerned because we were not following the proper process.
Okay.
I just want to do things the right way. That's why I brought it up.
Okay, so
the way
to
I
note,
did.
from here forward, we will no longer entertain friendly amendments.
So we're now voting on the amendment.
Do what you want. I'm
the
done. I'm done
substitute.
trying to do it right. Do what you want.
We're voting on the substitute, and then we'll go back to any language that may be amended in that.
How about I withdraw the item,
Okay.
the substitute, and then we can resubstitute a new item that has the proper amendments in it. So I withdraw my substitution.
Okay. We have a withdrawal from the sponsor. We're now back to the main motion, which is item number 38 as it reads. Yeah, because he just withdrew his substitute. So now you just have to make a motion to. All right, so is everyone clear that we're back on the main resolution? Is everyone clear we're back on the main resolution? Okay. Commissioner Thornton?
So assuming that there's about to be another substitute, I want to be added as a sponsor on the substitute.
Okay. All right, well, we'll wait till we get a substitute before us. Commissioner Whaley?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, and hopefully we can get this taken care of here. We're going to make a motion to amend, which we're now in the original resolution, to make a motion to amend it to include the language that we've all been discussing around an indefinite extension of a full salary, no less than the amount that's listed in the resolution. It's also included in the resolved clause that it would be the full salary and benefits, and it would be for an indefinite period of time. And then it doesn't provide for a timeline to adopt a policy, but it's prudent certainly that we get one adopted, but it wouldn't have any impact on Sergeant Lilly's salary and benefits.
So is that a motion?
That's a motion.
That's a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by, I'm going to let parliamentarian, yes, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Could you read that caption as it was stated?
Yes, ma'am. The substitute resolution caption reads, the substitute resolution caption reads, resolution approving an indefinite extension of all existing benefits and to continue to provide Shelby County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Samuel Lilly his salary, health care, OJI, and other benefits comprising all of the rights and emoluments of a full-time deputy sheriff until his retirement or death, whichever first occurs. This item requires the expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office general funds in the amount of no less than $118,720, sponsored by Commissioner McWright, Commissioner
No, Commissioner, the substitute is by Commissioner Whaley. And if there's others that want to be added.
By Commissioner Whaley. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection?
Yeah, just, if I may, Madam Chair, I don't know what takes precedence, a question or just a point of information. So I heard you say amend the existing resolution. I heard you say substitute. Just for clarity, if these are the two same, like, understandings.
That's a good point. So this would be a substitute because not only is the caption being amended, but there's other language that corresponds to effectuate what's in the caption.
Okay, I just
It's
to
a
the
substitute.
sponsor. Okay, awesome,
Yes,
thank you.
All right. Can we, Commissioner Ford?
Can we repeat that one more time, what the changes are? And where did the Lilly attorney go?
He's right.
Okay. Can Commissioner Whaley repeat?
Parliamentarian, if you could read that.
Commissioner Ford, did you want me to repeat the caption or just read the other changes in the body?
So that everybody can hear the whole thing, please.
Yes, sir.
Don't leave anything out.
Yes, sir. So the substitute resolution caption reads, resolution approving an indefinite extension of all existing benefits and to continue to provide Shelby County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Samuel Lilly his salary, health care, OJI, and other benefits comprising all of the rights and emoluments of a full-time deputy sheriff until his retirement or death, whichever first occurs. This item requires the expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office general funds in the amount of no less than $118,720, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules. The other changes. The first change appears on, I believe, the third page, and it's in the first now therefore be it resolved by clause. And after the words related benefits, the language is added for an indefinite period until development of a policy to include benefits, the added words. And then in the second resolved, be it further resolved clause, at the end of the last sentence after the words full-time deputy sheriff, the language inserted is during this period. And it crosses out, and shall do so until his Shelby County government retirement or death, whichever occurs first. So during the period of the indefinite extension, until such time the policy, he will continue to be paid all the things in the caption. And then in the second to last resolve clause, after the words that Shelby County government is hereby directed to continue, the words added are development of a policy to include benefits, which replaces the words the directives included in this resolution annually.
That's everything?
Yes, sir.
I need the Lilly attorney. To the Lilly, leave him alone, HR, thank you. I'm assuming that you saw, no, this is important, forget that right there. You saw what was on that screen.
I did.
You saw the two important words, indefinite and until, because without the word until, it could be gone tomorrow. Are you fine with this change that I think is substantive, but does it take care of business, basically?
I think it does, and I want to thank the
And I know
body,
you got to say your name and all that on the record.
Jeff Rosenblum for the Lilly family, and particularly for Deputy Sergeant Sam Lilly. This body has spoken to say we want to provide for this young man with his current benefits indefinitely until we can come up with a policy that can provide for all. That's what you all have said. That's what this document appears to say. I'm comfortable with it. I say thank you on behalf of Sam Lilly and his mother and his father and his family. Thank you.
All right, and with my last 2 minutes, to Commissioner Whaley, thank you very much for finding some middle ground so that everybody can, I still want the people who filled out a card to speak because you saw this whole exercise and everything. And I'll simply say that I hope that people do the right thing regarding policy. So we'll see what transpires. We know who's on the retirement board. I know at least 2 of us have gone to retirement board meetings, and those who are actually appointed don't even show up. But we need to make sure that this is not something that we forget about after today, because it could be anybody here or one of your brethren or sisters, and we need to make sure that we do right. This commissioner can be very passionate, and I don't apologize for anything that I've said today. Not at all. Some people got to give you apologies, but I know I'll never get one. But I'll state this in my last 55 seconds. When I look at Robert's Rules, 12th edition, number 23, about point of order, it says a point of order can interrupt a speaker, 23:1. The chair must recognize the member immediately. They must stop the business at hand and take it up immediately. And the chair must rule promptly.
Commissioner
So
Ford,
basically, I'm in my 30
your,
seconds, and I'm saying
this
what
part
I
of your
need to say.
question?
So here we go, y'all. Here
Is
we
this
go, y'all.
part of your question?
Here we go.
Because we have an
And
item
here we
in front of
go
us.
again. And just let me get my last 30 seconds in. I'm not going to get back in the queue anymore. That's the problem. That is the problem. I lost 15 seconds because of this. I'm glad y'all got a chance to see it. Will I get an apology from the chairman? Absolutely not, because she knows she was wrong. But Mr. Whaley, I'd like to be added as a sponsor so I can make sure that we get back on here. And I hope we have 11 sponsors on this item.
So the item before us was a motion by Commissioner Whaley to substitute, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection? Okay. Now that the item is actually properly in front of us, if there are other commissioners in the queue, Commissioner Ford has made a motion to be added as a sponsor. I have a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify to legal, once the policy is set, is there any potential that it could invalidate any of the indefinite portion of this? I mean, it's an assumption that whatever the policy is to become, that I don't know what's happening, but whatever the policy is to become, that it is going to honor what we are doing for Sergeant Lilly.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, the instruction here is that the policy will include those benefits.
Okay, great. And then I would like to be added as a sponsor.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton to be added as a sponsor. I have a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wanted to make a motion that we add back all of the original sponsors, or all of the sponsors who have been added.
I have a motion by Commissioner Wright. I have a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Okay.
And before I finish, I just wanted to say thank you to Sergeant Lilly, to his family. Thank you for being here, to all of his colleagues, men and women, both who wear the badge for us. Thank you for your service. Sorry this process has been as tumultuous as it has, but I think what you're hearing is that we want to get things right, that we want a policy in place to protect all of you. That's certainly what I want. So we need to take care of this business that we're looking at here, the pictures of Sergeant Lilly, and thank him for his service, but also we need to do things by policy as a government in a way that maintains that's the reason we're here, is to set policy. So that's what we're doing. And again, thank you to Chief Buckner for leading us through this process. I did want to give you an opportunity, Chief Buckner, as well as Ms. Lindsay, an opportunity to explain how this got to us, because I think there was some lack of understanding of that this is even before us, because the leadership in the sheriff's office did care and did want to see this through. So I'll just give you a chance to say that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Anthony Buckner, Chief Deputy of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So we learned about this, I believe, late October, around October maybe the 21st. My HR director brought it to my attention, and Commissioner Wright, I could tell you, it literally broke my heart to know that a man got up on October the 15th, went out to serve his community on duty, riding a sheriff's office issued motorcycle, responding to a dispatch call, and we would cut him off OJI. We would reduce his salary down to 60%. That hurt me, because as you see these stickers around this room, I am Sergeant Lilly. All of us behind me are Sergeant Lilly. And I just couldn't imagine any government doing a first responder that way. That hurts. And so we would have liked to have followed the proper channels if there are such. But we felt like this was the only way to bring it to this body's attention and to the public's attention. And I can tell you, the public supports the decisions that are made tonight. Now, I hate what happened to Sergeant Lilly, but I do believe that what happened to Sergeant Lilly is going to pave the way to correct what could happen to any deputy that's behind me. And so while it's tragic, I think moving forward, because we're asking these deputies behind us to go knock on doors tonight, to go pull vehicles over, to arrest people, bad guys. And they have no clue whether they'll be protected or whether this body will stand with them. But I think tonight, they know through all the passionate discussions that this body will stand with them. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to be added as a sponsor.
A motion by Commissioner Caswell, second by Vice Chair Bradford. Can we
And
do that
just to
without
say to you,
objection?
Chief Deputy, and to all the officers again, I believe that coming in, this was going to be a support for the will of this work that you all give to us as public service. And I just thank, and Father, I thank you for your son's service to our county. And again, your prayers are our prayers are with you in this situation. It's like, can't even think about what he went through. I remember even seeing it and calling Chief Deputy and the Sheriff early that morning to say whatever we can do. And I pray that this is something that can continue to help him through this process and your family through this process. So thank you.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Whaley. I'm glad to be added back as a sponsor. Thank you for handling that, Commissioner Wright. Mr. Lilly, safe travels back to Texas, and I'm so glad you'll be able to take Sergeant Lilly some good news. And I'm also really glad that this shines a light on an ugly in Shelby County with the medical retirement. And I'm looking out here in the chamber to some people in particular that need this addressed as well. So he has helped some more of his colleagues that he probably doesn't even realize. So Director Thornton, I will be making sure you stay on it and get this policy done quicker. Because now that it has been brought to light, more than Commissioner Ford and me inviting ourselves to meetings and doing things that we aren't assigned to do, so to speak, this will move it along a lot faster. So thank you and best wishes to Sergeant Lilly as he continues on with his journey. Thank you.
Commissioner Mills, Madam Chair, if I may, Sergeant Lilly's father wanted to just offer a few comments. So if I can borrow a few of your seconds that were remaining, if you, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the whole commission for taking care of this problem. It's going to help Sam a lot, and it'll help his fellow officers as well, hopefully down the road. Sam would be the first to tell you that he would like to come back if he could. Unfortunately, I don't know that it's ever going to happen. I'm praying that he will be able to live a somewhat normal life at some point and marry his long-term sweetheart here. But we shall see. It's in God's hands, not ours. But this will help a lot, removing worries that we have about his future. So I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, as I said in committee, thank you all for what you all do in helping to keep this community as safe as possible. And to Sergeant Lilly's family, to his father, please extend our well wishes to your son and blessings to your wife for having to deal with these terrible ordeal. The silver lining to this is that for those of us here, this will probably be known as Sergeant Lilly's policy going forward. So that's something about being history in the making. There's a silver lining there where his name will probably continue to live on in perpetuity through these things as policy. And I'd like to be added as a sponsor as well.
I have a motion by Commissioner Lowry, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Okay. Seeing no other, I'd like to also be added as a sponsor. Motion by myself, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? All right. If we could prepare the screen for a vote, Madam Clerk, on the item as substituted. Madam Clerk, please report the vote. And thank you to all of you. Thank you. Madam Parliamentarian, we did have some public comments.
I didn't read the vote. I didn't read the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, we got to read the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Avent. We have 11 aye votes.
That motion passes. And then see if there's anybody. Parliamentarian, if you could, there were comment cards to number 38. I don't know that any of those are still here, but I'll call them out just to be on the safe side. Chandler Craig, Jordan Henders, Magdalena Roman, Christine Odell, Russell Odell, Ingrid Fullerton, Don Bullitt, Jeff Rosenblum, Michael Conder, Debbie Rogers. Okay. Would you still like to speak? Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Name is Michael Conder, Deputy with Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I would like to thank y'all for adding in the not a specific time, but to allow it to be until a policy is actually created. I say that because I myself have been working for the past 2 years in trying to get a policy created. And so a month is definitely nowhere near enough time. So
Thank you.
I did want to say thank you for that part.
Thank you. Debbie Rogers, George Clayton Bennett. Okay. We'll now move to the item that was moved to the Hill, item number 16. If you could read that, parliamentarian.
Item 16 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Item 16 is a resolution requesting that Governor Bill Lee reallocate funds used to deploy the Tennessee National Guard in Memphis and Shelby County, and instead direct state support toward evidence-based public safety and community well-being investments, including a regional crime lab, local law enforcement staffing, education, housing, pre-K programs, a new jail, and a Regional 1 hospital. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Henry Brooks, this item was moved by Commissioner Whaley, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman, and moved to the heel of the agenda.
We have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Do have comment cards on this item. We do have comment cards. All right. The first comment card is Angel Robinson. Mark Williams. Shireen Din. Jordan Coley. Dana Wilson. Okay, I'll call those names again. Angel Robinson. Is Angel Robinson here? Okay.
While they're coming, do you need a committee report?
My apologies. Can I get a committee report?
This item comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Angel Robinson? If you can state your name and address for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Angel Robinson. My address is 1576 Shanks Drive, zip code 38116. Good evening, Shelby County Commissioners. I am the Shelby County Youth Council representative for District 9. First, I would like to thank you for your service and all that you have done for the community. As you may have known, youth mental health is the main concern that SCYC has for this year. and we were given an assignment from the commission about one mental health programs that we have in Shelby County. And if we do know about them, what can the board do to make it better? Well, we've been talking to youth in our districts about the current situations and what new solutions should be implemented. We have also been working alongside Youth Connect and Alliance Healthcare Services, which are programs that Shelby County has for youth mental health. From both our research and our partners, we discovered that most of the money goes into the direct services of the program, not advertisement. Advertisement helps youth know about the services that they have so that they can go to a counselor to speak about their problems before it evolves into something worse. As someone who is now currently given mental health treatment, I want the youth in my district to know the resources given to them. Overall, the money for mental health services should go to advertisement so that youth can know the help early. From a person who has discovered these services late last year, I'm urging you to consider getting advertisements for these programs so that youth like myself can get the help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Mark Williams? Marl, I think it's Mark. Mark Williams? Okay. Shireen Dien? If you could state your name and address for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Shireen Sadruddin. I preside at 477 North 5th Street. I'm a member of Shelby County Youth Council and a youth representative for District 2. At our last meeting, Commissioner Ford asked us if we knew the current resources for youth mental health support and share ideas for improvement. In response, I'd like to highlight both the strengths and gaps we've identified. We recognize the value of existing initiatives such as Youth Connect, and school-based counseling services. Youth Connect in particular is an incredible resource, but unfortunately it is underutilized simply because many young people don't know it exists. After serving over 250 youth across Shelby County, the overwhelming feedback was that there's a lack of mental health resources. To address this, we strongly recommend allocating funding specifically for outreach and advertising to raise awareness about Youth Connect. A program can only be effective if the people it's designed to help actually know about it. As for school-based support, our data and personal experiences show that traditional counselings often falls short. Many students hesitate to approach their counselors, and so one solution we propose is a peer support initiative, training a small group of students in every school to serve as a mental health ambassador. These peers would be equipped to check in with classmates, offer a listening ear, and help guide them towards professional support when needed. Speaking with someone their own age can feel more approachable and less intimidating. Additionally, we believe counselors should take a more proactive role. Instead of waiting for students to reach out, counselors should schedule monthly check-ins, reviewing grades, discussing time management, and asking about student well-being, home life, and friendships. These conversations could make a meaningful difference in identifying support at the youth power struggles early and building trust. I can speak on personal experience. The reason why I don't need to reach out to a counselor is because I have an older sister who I talk to about these things. Lastly, if our message reached you, we invite you to support us at the Youth Power Up Showcase on December 18th, where we will be sharing more specific ideas which we believe can be improved. Thank you.
Jordan Coley.
Good evening, Commissioners and Commissioner Erica Sugarman, District 12. My name is Jordan Coley, and I reside at 477 North 1st Street, and I serve as the Youth Representative for District 12 on the Shelby County Youth Council. Over the past several months, we have had real conversations with youth across the county. We are still analyzing our findings, but even in these early stages, 3 findings continue to rise to the surface. There are not enough mental health resources to meet the actual need. Many young people do not know these resources exist in the first place, and even when they do know, the stigma around getting help keeps so many of them silent. These issues do not stay in one school or one neighborhood. They show up in classrooms, in homes, in friendships, and in the quiet moments when young people feel like they have no one to turn to. And in the conversations we had, one sentence repeated itself over and over. I need someone to talk to. Not said as a simple comment, but as a cry for connection, a sign that young people are hurting, overwhelmed, and unsure how to access that support. I did understand that feeling more than I wish I did. From ages 13 to 15, I battled from depression in silence. I did not know how to ask for help. I did not believe anyone would understand me, and I certainly did not imagine that one day I would stand here in a public space in front of the county commission speaking openly about mental health. No young person should have to reach their breaking point before an adult realizes something is wrong. It is clear that this is not a problem rooted in individual behavior. This is a systematic failure, a failure of access because the support simply is not wide enough or strong enough to meet the need, a failure of awareness because youth do not know where to go or who to trust, a failure of connection because too many young people feel alone in their struggles, and a failure of communication because the systems are meant to protect us are not reaching us in ways that feel safe, approachable, or real. I share my story because so many young people across this county, feel exactly how I once felt, invisible, overwhelmed, unsure of who to trust, unsure how to speak up. But the truth is that young people do speak. They speak through their behavior, through their silence, through the weight they carry in their eyes, and through the simple plea we heard so many times during our research, I need someone to talk to. We cannot afford to treat that as a small thing. It is not small. It is not casual. They deserve support that meets them where they are. They deserve adults who listen when they speak, and they deserve a system that recognizes their needs before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Emerson.
Kathy Emerson, 1840 Pyramid Place, 38132. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here with my co-executive director, Dr. Shanika Smith. We're with the BRAID, and we're the partners that help lead the Youth Connect program. We're here tonight to support the Shelby County Youth Action Council. They recently were asked to come back and report what's working, what's not, what are the needs, and we're here to tell you that your investment in Youth Connect is working. We are even serving more youth than we proposed in our budget, and youth are finally getting access to the low barrier support they deserve. What we've learned also with Youth Connect in the last year is that youth voice isn't just feedback, it's direction. What youth are lifting up goes beyond just a single program. Their message is simple and also deeply human. Youth mental health isn't just a program, it's an ecosystem of belonging. Every day, these young people move through schools, communities, spaces, jobs, homes, and friend groups. And when life gets heavy, they're navigating a system that can feel disconnected. When a young person says, I need help, they shouldn't have to guess which door is the right one. Instead, when a youth reaches out for help, they should find a web of relationships, resources, trust, and not a maze of disconnected programs. Our county's full network, schools, mentors, providers, policies, and funding should meet them with a connected path, not patchwork. They aren't asking for just more programming. They're asking for us to shift how we think about youth mental health and how we invest in youth mental health toward coordination, stability, and belonging. They're asking for a system that feels as reliable as the need is real. Youth Connect
helped start that work. This body helped start that work. We have provided free mental health services to over 400 Shelby County youth so far. And you didn't fund the wrong thing, you funded the first step. But a first step isn't the whole staircase. With your continual leadership, we can build the system our young people are calling for. I appreciate you listening to our young people, for responding, and for your commitment to the well-being of Shelby County's youth.
Dana Wilson.
Good evening. My name is Dana Wilson. I live at 1929 Evelyn Avenue, 38104. I'm an independent consultant, and I've conducted a landscape analysis of mental health services for children in Shelby County. This report, called Mindful Futures, has been made available to you all today thanks to the Shelby County Youth Council. The report was commissioned by the Urban Child Institute and the Alliance Healthcare Foundation. I support the resolution requesting that Governor Lee reallocate funds from the National Guard deployment to well-being investments for our community, and particularly to youth mental health. I hope that you will take time to read this report. There are a lot of gaps and needs in the area of children's mental health, and there are hundreds of mental health care providers working to the point of burnout, working to meet the needs of children in a system that is chronically underfunded and sorely disconnected. As one provider stated, the village approach is missing. Youth Connect, the program that is the result of youth and community advocacy to this very commission, is making a huge difference in the lives of up to 400 youth a year. I'm proud of Shelby County for investing in the creation of the Youth and Family Resource Center, and I'm especially proud of this investment in direct support to youth through Youth Connect. I've had the opportunity to review the data that the Shelby County Youth Council have been collecting from their peers. I want to highlight one point from my report that I think is really important in conjunction with what the youth are learning. As many of you know, all youth should receive mental health education and preventive services for their well-being. For many students, school is the only place where they receive formal mental health education. For years, students have been asking for more and different approaches to mental health education and prevention. However, the clock seems to be winding backwards. The Tennessee Parents' Bill of Rights Act of 2024 has functionally reduced the critical mental health education to our community's youth. Programs such as Signs of Suicide, a suicide prevention program, has seen a 50% reduction in students' ability to participate. This may not be the intention of the law, but it is a dismal result. At this time, when students are asking us for better mental health education, they're asking us where to go. They're asking us how they can help their peers. It's more critical now than ever to listen to youth and to invest in mental health services to overcome the barriers that youth are facing in accessing the help that they need. Thank you for your time.
Mark Williams.
Thank you, Chairwoman Avant. Mark Williams, 477 North 5th Street. Before I begin, thank you, Caswell, for coming this past last SCYC meeting, talking to us about your proposal. Thank you very much. All right. Ugh. Good evening, Commissioners. I thank you for your attention for the speakers who have addressed you tonight. I serve as the District 10 Youth Representative, and I bring you both an urgent report from our constituents. We have a youth mental health crisis here in Shelby County, Tennessee. But I want to go ahead and let's see out of my district. The surveys that I administered for SCYC, as well as conversations with nearly 100 youth in District 10, reveal a disturbing reality. The top concerns for my district are not academic stress, but violence with guns, the thought of violence against them, and the overwhelming belief that the government does not care or is not doing enough. The average rating my youth gave to current mental health efforts is a dismal 3.2 out of 10. District 10 is currently struggling with the rampant violence which is affecting the mental health state of our youth, and a severe lack of trust in our government, which is most pronounced among the youth despite the efforts of the Shelby County Youth Council. I'm requesting a meeting with Commissioner Thornton to collaborate on solutions so we can correct these issues. The vast majority of youth are that I spoke were completely unaware of free youth mental health services available to them, like Youth Connect. Their suffering is compounded by a lack of education and information about resources designed to help them. How can we address their problem if they don't know who to address the problems to? This reflects some of the key points our fellow representatives made tonight. Representative Coley shared that youth are, quote, shouting for help, with the desperate plea being that I need someone to talk to, emphasizing that this is a systematic failure of access and awareness. Representative Shireen identified some potential solutions. We must fund aggressive outreach for programs like Youth Connect and fundamentally change school-based support. We asked the Board of Commissioners to cooperate with us, encourage more youth mental health forums, listen to your own constituents, and work with us to correct this critical situation. By working together, we can significantly reduce and perhaps one day eradicate the youth mental health issue here in Shelby County. In conclusion, SCYC has taken executive notice of this crisis. We have been surveying, advocating, and reporting because we are committed to ensuring that every youth in this county is heard and receives adequate support. Our youth are suffering right now and need support at a critical time. Our base, the connectors, mental health professionals, Brave Foundation, Commissioner Caswell, as others, thank you. We invite everyone to join us on December 18th, 2025 for our official campaign launch. We'll have a more in-depth discussion of the draft report on our findings and detailed recommendations from youth. We are also sending a reminder to join us on February 21st for our annual Youth Voice Summit. If you have any questions, please feel free to refer them to our Adult Advisor, Mr. Eskridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaliyah Alatiat. And I apologize if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
Hi, my name is Ala Latiat from 477 North 5th Street. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Youth Justice Action Coalition, which I'm the adult advisor for. We have our youth here also speaking out against this issue. I want to reiterate what SCYC and the wonderful ladies from the Braid Foundation were saying about this resolution. We definitely want these funds reallocated from we want the governor to reallocate these funds from militarizing the city towards things that will actually help our city, like public safety and well-being investments. We also want y'all to know that a new jail is not that. First, in regard to what everyone else was saying, we totally want more funding towards Youth Connect. I also want it noted that Youth Connect runs out of the Youth and Family Resource Center, which also has an amazing summons program that helps youth not end up in the justice system where we know they're being abused. We would like them to use that money to expand the Youth and Family Resources capacity, including Youth Connect, but also their summons program, to something more permanent and systematized. We also do want to speak out against the new jail because this is something we have experience with. Just 3 years ago, there was a new juvenile detention center built, or as the county likes to call it, the Youth Justice and Education Center. They built it so that they could limit the abuses that were happening before, just like we're seeing now at 201. They built this new center, they got our feedback on it, and nothing got better. If anything, things got worse. There's still overcrowding. They went 4 years without visitation. Just up until a month ago, every single young person in that center was facing solitary confinement, and even more if they were under punishment. These are things that go against international law and human rights, and that's all that happened from building a new center. They moved it from downtown to Old Getwell. There's no bus stop near there. It's in the cut. Like, folks can't get there to see their kids, to pick up their kids, to even go to court. And that's the same thing that they're trying to do now with this new jail. We're diverting money from the National Guard, which is the reason why 201 is getting more overcrowded. We're spending $1 million changing sliding doors to swinging doors. But we're not doing anything to help the people who are dying day after day at 201 Poplar. And a new building's not going to do nothing about that. It's just going to make it less accessible for us to go see our community members, see our fathers, our brothers, our friends who are locked up in there, who are spending weeks in intake. I also just want to remind the commission that this is a pre-adjudication facility. All of the men in there are innocent, presumed innocent under our law, and they're dying at higher rates than people are dying at Rikers. That's ridiculous, and it don't make Memphis look good, and a new jail is not going to solve that. We tried it before. We all tried it before, and we saw how it went. I'm not even asking for it to never happen. I'm asking for y'all to try something different first. Try the things that the community has been recommending. Try more resources. Try better diversion for youth. and there will be less people in that detention center. And if you get the National Guard out of here, there will be even less people. Yeah, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could just give the youth a thumbs up for coming out to speak tonight. Thank you all for coming out. Again, having the opportunity to go speak with them, I think last Friday, and just sit with them. I can tell you we shared some materials together and really to get to the root of what we have to address. I know it's an item even coming up later tonight that I kind of have some questions about when we talk about how we're redirecting dollars that's supposed to go for prevention and intervention, sadly, towards some things that's happening with people that's being suppressed in the criminal justice system. But these young people, one of the things that I heard cry out so loud from them was that they needed pure mentoring. They need the tools to be able to learn how to work mental health first aid, to be able to work with their peers. This old African proverb said, when the children don't feel the warmth of the community, they'll burn it down to feel the warmth. And so we have much to do, and I thank you, Madam Chair, for putting this item to the hill to allow these young people who had to come from all over the county to get to Bridges, to get in the van, to get over here. And we want to let's give the Bridges staff also a thumbs up for making sure that this happened. I know before I got on this body, I was able to work with Sister Dana and a bunch of other community leaders to push for items such as this. And so, again, we have to do way more. When we talk about, these young people said it, we got these type of resources with Brave Foundation, but they don't know about them. So how do we make sure we do more to do outreach into their communities to connect them to these type of resources? This is what we got to do. And they heard a personal story that even many of my family in this body don't even know that I'm dealing with when it comes to mental health in our family and what we're dealing with right now. But I thank you all for what you're doing. Your voices is not just speaking for you, you're speaking for thousands and hundreds of thousands of youth in Shelby County. So don't stop giving up the fight. This fight is worth fighting, and I believe we're going to get somewhere. I just lastly say I talked to, where my guy go? Orange Mound representative. We was talking about, he asked a good question about what do it mean for us to go to Nashville and have a voice? And I said, your presence is going to be the most important part. But when you go, it's not us saying that the youth are crying out. We need your voices heard there in Nashville as well when we advocate for these dollars to be sent here to support this great work. So thank y'all for what you're doing. And again, we hear you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you for speaking up because you are representing the youth, Gen Z. As a teacher during COVID, there are times when we have the camera off, many times, but there's always an individual in the classroom who constantly kept speaking and wanted a conversation. And I asked him, I said, you're very involved in this lesson, aren't you? And his response was, I just want somebody to talk to. And that really hit me. And I'm hearing that over and over and over again, even though we're not in COVID. I'm hearing the young voices saying, you know what we see is that you are not listening to us. What we see is that now you are putting a lot of debt on us and our generation. What we see is our environment being impacted with pollution. What we see is no opportunity to go to college or buy a house, and you are not listening to us. But then when your days of working are over in your twilight, and you expect us to stand up for you, why aren't you standing up for us? So this is an opportunity for you to stand up and keep speaking. It takes a lot of courage to speak up. You all could have been doing anything on a Monday night, such as homework, such as talking to your friends, etc., but you chose to be here. Continue to be the voice of our communities, because what you all said tonight is profound. In fact, we have legislation coming down in December dealing with solitary confinement for justice-involved youth. That should not happen. I don't know if you all had an opportunity in your classes or in your homes to watch a documentary, The Khalif Browder Case. In the case, it's a young man about 14 to 15 years of age, and he was charged for stealing a backpack, but because he didn't have enough money to post bond, they sent him to Rikers Island. He spent 300 days in solitary confinement. So the things that you are saying is resonating with us. We hear you. Keep speaking up about ordinances that we need to pass, because we are listening to you and we are passing them here in the commission. So what you all doing is you're helping the process of creating laws and passing laws. And so I'm just so proud of you. I am so proud of every one of you for coming out tonight and speaking up, and continue, because we hear you, we see you, and you have a voice, and your voice is valued. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the youth for coming out tonight. It's cool to see you choose to come out another night. I know this is not easy, being here at 6:45 on a school night, looking at this process. I do just want to take this moment to just kind of educate. So the resolution before us is a request to Governor Lee. So there is no action that we can ensure that the governor will act upon. So the fight does not stop here locally. To the adults that are supporting these youth, please make sure that that is understood to the ones that weren't able to get here, because I don't want us to be misleading. These opportunities to speak feel very empowering, but if you really want to see the change, then you have to keep driving forward. So I know that there were talks about going to Nashville. I hope that we do get this group and others to Nashville so that they can actually say their demands and their testimonies before the body that can actually do something beyond the legislative body here locally. That, and the group that represents juveniles, what's the name of that youth group that's organized around juveniles? Is that the one that you spoke on behalf of? How many leaders within your group are present tonight? 3? Okay, nice. So just another push to the adults that are supporting the youth. Again, one thing that continues to show up is that there are a number of youth voices that don't get these opportunities. So I don't know if they are in other spaces and they just aren't here tonight, but it is so important for them to see these moments as well. They need to be able to experience what it feels like to pull a public comment card, to see other youth like actually motivated. So I just really put a huge ask on the adults. Don't stop chasing the gap. We have to go and find representation. And I'm a Bridges alumni, and that's one of the things that I hold near and dear to me is, from my experience, we embrace diversity. So I hope that, we are seeking socioeconomic diversity in the youth. I hope that we're seeking neighborhood diversity in the youth. I hope that we're seeking traditional school diversity in the youth that are present. So I would really want to see that diversity. I thank Reggie for helping me be able to go and find additional youth voices to come in to represent in District 10. We've had a vacancy for a while, and so I think we have a solid lead that is going to close that gap. So Mark, you have another companion that's coming hopefully soon. So thank y'all again for being here, and I appreciate particularly the adults supporting our youth, because I know that they wouldn't be able to speak their truth without your support. So thank y'all.
All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioners Mills, Wright, and Bradford have voted no. We have 7 ayes and 3 noes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 42.
Yes, ma'am. Item 42 comes from the Land Use, Planning, Transportation, and Code Enforcement Committee, which is chaired by Vice Chair David Bradford. Item 42 is a resolution approving the appeal of Fasil Kabede, seeking to overturn the action of the Memphis and Shelby County Land Use Control Board, rejecting a major modification application for a convenience store with gas pumps that does not meet the design requirements of sub-item 2.6.3J, 2D, Roman numeral 2, and site plan with parcel P of Buckingham Farms planned development at the subject property municipally known as 4670 Hacks Cross Road, case number MJR 2025-019CO correspondence, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was sent down without recommendation November 12, 2025 committee meeting. Chair, once this item is properly before us, if we are proceeding today, then I would need to read the pertinent portion of the rule into the record.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Vice Chair Bradford, you recognize?
I don't want to, if any people have pulled cards to speak on this, I certainly want to have them the opportunity tonight, but my understanding is the developer wants to defer this item until, I think, the first meeting in January. He's given me a nods and a thumbs up. That's going to be my motion, but I know lots of people may have come down here to speak on this and been waiting a long time, so I don't want to move this without them.
We actually don't have any comment cards.
Okay, then I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Bradford, a second by Commissioner Maley, to defer this to the January 12th commission meeting. Okay? Can we do that without objection? Okay, so moved. Parliamentarian, please read item number 25.
Item 25 comes from, the Public Works Committee, which is chaired by Vice Chair David Bradford. Item 25 is an ordinance second reading. Ordinance approving an interlocal agreement between the cities of Millington, Tennessee, and Lakeland, Tennessee, and the town of Arlington, Tennessee, and Shelby County, Tennessee, authorizing the Shelby County Fire Department to provide emergency ambulance services in these municipalities, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Bradford, could I have a committee report?
Yes, committee met and this comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 26.
Item 26 comes from the Hospitals and Health Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as acting chair. Item 26 is an ordinance third reading. Ordinance to amend Chapter 42 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances to establish advance notice requirements for lead hazard reduction and plumbing work, and to amend Chapter 6 to provide a cross-reference to such requirements, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. Chairwoman, as this item is on third reading, once it's properly before us, I ask you to allow me to read the summary into the record.
Okay. Have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Sugarman. Was there anyone else that was in committee that could give a committee report?
I wasn't there, but I followed up online, so it did come down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. All right, Parliamentarian, if you could read it into the record.
Just give me one moment, because we have about 4 or 5 of these on third reading, so I need to make sure I'm reading the correct summary. Summary for this item is as follows. Ordinance to amend Chapter 42 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances to establish advance notice requirements for lead hazard reduction in plumbing work and to amend Chapter 6 to provide a cross-reference to such requirements, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This ordinance amends Chapter 42 and 6 of the Shelby County Code to establish a local notification process for plumbing work involving potential lead hazards. It requires licensed plumbers to provide at least 7 days advance notice to Shelby County Health Department, SCHD, before beginning non-emergency work that may disturb lead service lines or notify by the next business day in emergency situations. The purpose is to improve public health protection and oversight of work that could impact drinking water quality. It adds a new Article 4 under Chapter 42 and a cross-reference in Chapter 6. Enforcement will occur through existing plumbing permitting and inspection systems managed by county code enforcement with administrative record keeping by the health department. This item requires a 2/3 vote of the Board of County Commissioners for adoption.
Okay, we do. We do have a comment card. Chet Kibble. Is Mr. Kibble still here? Okay. Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Per the request of the constituent that is spearheading this particular ordinance, I'm going to make a motion to have it withdrawn. They're going to represent an updated ordinance after they confer with their legal team.
So this, okay, that's been withdrawn by the sponsor. She can do that without objection. All right. So moved. If there's no objection. Commissioner Ford? All right, the item has been withdrawn. Parliamentarian, please read item number 27.
Item 27 comes from the Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Code Enforcement Committee with Vice Chair Bradford as chairman. Item 27 is an ordinance, third reading, joint ordinance amending the 2021 Memphis and Shelby County Building Code so as to amend storm shelter requirements for educational buildings and add a new appendix relating to optional middle-scale housing construction requirements, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. Again, Chair, once this item is properly before us and your committee report is read, if you would please allow me to read the summary for this item on third reading.
Okay. I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Vice Chair Bradford, can I have a committee report?
Committee met. This comes down to the favorable recommendation.
Okay, parliamentarian.
Okay, I have 2 of these storm shelter, so I'm going to read them in the order that they have been. I hope I'm reading them in the right order. Okay, 2021 Shelby. That's the appendix. Is this the right one? Is this the second one? Okay, that's the second one. Okay. Let's see. This one. Oh, was the other one? Yeah, that was. Oh. Okay. This one. Thank you. Okay. The summary for this item is as follows. Joint ordinance amending the 2021 Memphis and Shelby County existing building code so as to amend storm shelter requirements for educational buildings and optional middle-scale housing construction requirements, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. This item is a joint ordinance amending the 2021 Memphis and Shelby County existing building code with regard to storm shelter requirements for educational buildings and add optional middle-scale housing construction requirements. This item requires a simple majority vote of the Board of County Commissioners for adoption.
Commissioner Ford?
Very quickly on these two items, as I stated before, and I'll be quick. When it comes to our youth, we should not try to cut corners. We should not say that something should be optional. Something should be a requirement when it comes to safety, especially in a school setting. And that's why I'll be voting no on 27 and 28. Appreciate the work that people have done on these ordinances. However, this is where I am. It has not changed, so for items 27 and 28, I will be voting no because I believe that we should not shortchange or put a dollar or a cent on any student because public safety, sometimes you got to put in extra money just to make sure that our youth are in a safe setting. So with that being said, I vote no.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Ford is voting no. We have 8 ayes and 1 no.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 28.
Item 28 comes from the Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Code Enforcement Committee, which is chaired by Vice Chair David Bradford. Item 28 is an ordinance on third reading, joint ordinance amending the 2021 Memphis and Shelby County existing building code so as to amend storm shelter requirements for educational buildings and optional middle-scale housing construction requirements, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. I will need to read the summary on this as well.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Vice Chair Bradford, could I get a committee report?
Comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay. Parliamentarian, if you could read it into the record.
This joint ordinance amending the 2021 Memphis and Shelby County Building Code so as to amend storm shelter requirements for educational buildings and add a new appendix relating to optional middle-scale housing construction requirements. This item requires a simple majority vote of the Board of County Commissioners for adoption.
Seeing no commissioners in the queue, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Ford is voting no. We have 8 ayes and 1 no.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 29.
Item 29 comes from the Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Code Enforcement Committee, which is chaired by Vice Chair David Bradford. Item 29 is an ordinance third reading, ordinance amending the 2021 Shelby County Fire Prevention Code, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. I'll need to read the summary on this item as well.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Could you please read the summary?
This ordinance amends the 2021 Shelby County Fire Prevention Code to provide an alternate compliance path for small multifamily buildings with regards to automatic sprinkler systems. This item requires a simple majority vote of the Board of County Commissioners for adoption.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have, excuse me, we have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 31. I'm sorry, item 30.
Yes, ma'am. Item 30 comes from the Economic Development and Tourism Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Lowry. Item 30 is an ordinance first reading, joint ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, and the Council of the City of Memphis enacted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Act of 1998 and the Uniformity in Tax Increment Financing Act of 2012, providing for the amendment of the Cleveland Street Corridor Redevelopment Trust Fund Ordinance, sponsored by Commissioner McKell Lowry.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Lowry, can I have a committee report?
Sorry, Madam Chair, it comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 31.
Item 31 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 31 is an ordinance third reading, joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis to establish a public-private partnership for cross-governmental collaboration and implementation of policies to promote economic mobility through the appointment of a fiscal agent to provide strategy and oversight of project implementation. This item requires the selection of a fiscal agent who will coordinate between legislative bodies and public and private agencies and provide updates, recommendations, technical support, and fiscal analysis, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley and Commissioner McWright. This item was amended and sent down without recommendation in November 12, 2025 committee meeting. Chair, I will need to read a summary for this item.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks, could I have a committee report?
This item was amended and sent down without recommendation.
Okay. Commissioner Whaley? I'm sorry, Parliamentarian, if you could read that summary.
Thank you, ma'am. The purpose of this ordinance is to...
Oh, sorry, before you do that, I'm going to withdraw it, so do we need to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's not do that.
Spare me. Thank
All
you.
right, yeah, there was a request to defer this. This thing's been deferred a lot already. You can see it says chairman on it. So I'm just going to, if it's okay with Commissioner Wright, I'm just going to withdraw the item at this point.
I have a, can we do that without objection? All right, so moved. Item has been withdrawn. Parliamentarian, please read item number 40. Going out of order a little bit. Item number 47.
Item 47 comes from the Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as acting chair. Item 47 is a resolution approving the lease of properties collectively owned by Shelby County government for the construction of a new county hospital to Shelby County Healthcare Corporation, DBA Regional One Health, and approving the appropriation of FY 2026 capital improvement funds in the amount of $28,836,777 for the purposes of demolition and construction of said county hospital. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 capital improvement budget funds in the amount not to exceed $28,836,777, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant and Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was amended in November 12, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman was acting chair. Was there anyone else that was in committee that could share committee report? Commissioner
This
Brooks?
item came down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Vice Chair Bradford?
My company is actually doing business with Regional One, and so I'm going to recuse on this item.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Ford, Wright, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Thornton has abstained. Commissioner Bradford has recused. We have 7 ayes, 1 abstain, and 1 recused.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 32.
Item 32 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 32 is an ordinance second reading. Ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30, Article 6, Division 2, to create a new section 30-234, creating rules for solitary confinement in the Shelby County Division of Corrections and prohibiting its overuse, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Commissioner Erica Sugarman, Commissioner Henry E. Brooks, and Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Brooks, could I get a committee report?
This item comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioners Mills, Ford, and Bradford have abstained, have 7 ayes and 3 abstain.
That motion passes. This goes on to third reading. Parliamentarian, please read item number 33.
Item 33 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 33 is an ordinance second reading. Ordinance approving and setting the salary of the mayor of Shelby County for the 2026 through 2030 term of office, sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr. This item was amended in November 12th, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ford, a second by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Brooks, can I get a committee report?
This item was sent down without recommendation.
Commissioner Ford?
The blank has been filled with the dollar amount of $246,750. That's exactly 5% more than what the incoming sheriff would make, and that would comply with the minimum of what we would have as the incoming mayor's salary. So if commissioners on the third reading wanted to modify that, you would still need 9 votes, but this would basically state the minimum required to follow our rules as well as the charter. And I yield.
Okay. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the sponsor. Is this a requirement of the body to pass this every 4 years?
So, okay, may I? So we do have to set the salary of the mayor and the sheriff. Remember 4 years ago, we talked about what CTAS has as a requirement for the sheriff and some of the other electeds. And what ended up happening with that conversation was you had your Davidson County Sheriff making more, your Knox County Sheriff making more, and what was happening prior to that was the mayor set the salary for the maximum that CTAS put And at that time, it was about $153,000 when you had the aforementioned sheriffs making over $200,000. And that's when we discussed taking it to $199,500, which is in the resolution. A few months ago, we ended up discussing what the incoming sheriff would make, and this body, by more than a supermajority, stated that we would put the new sheriff's salary as $235,000. After those deliberations and the help of Ms. Smith, what ended up happening was what we ended up having in place was modified to where the minimum requirement now for the salary of the mayor would need to be at least 5% above the $235,000, and that number is $246,750. The reason why I have this as an ordinance here is if 9 people decide that they would want this salary to be higher than what the minimum is, then this is their time to do it. So if third and final reading comes around and nobody wants to really make a move, then this ordinance would not be necessary to where, and Ms. Smith could easily state this, if nobody has the desire and will to go above the $246,750, if this item was withdrawn on the third reading, the salary would still be $246,750, and she has that nod of a head, so I don't have to ask that question. So I was just filling it in for the minimum and giving commissioners an opportunity, if they wanted to come up with any changes. If there are no changes that commissioners desire to see, you might see a withdrawal on the third reading, but I'm just giving that opportunity. And we have to have it done before 2026 because that's an election year. So the third reading would be in December. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Madam Parliamentarian, if you could read item 34.
Item 34 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Lowry as Vice Chair. Item 34 is a resolution to amend Plan D of the Shelby County, Tennessee retirement system to add district attorney criminal investigators and drug task force special agents as public safety employees recommended to the County Board of Commissioners by the Retirement Board of Administration and Trust, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 35.
Item 35 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Lowry as Vice Chair. Item 35 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, authorizing the issuance and delivery of the county's interfund tax anticipation note, Series 2025, and the total aggregate principal amount not to exceed $43 million for the purpose of providing interim funding to the county for meeting certain appropriations made for the current fiscal year and to pay the costs incident to the issuance and delivery therewith. Authorizing all legal and administrative actions and other necessary matters with respect to the foregoing and setting forth an effective date, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant and Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was an add-on and sent down without recommendation in November 12th, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Lauer, can I get a committee report?
I believe this came down without a recommendation.
Ms. Schonbaum?
Good evening, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. We are here before you to, again, respectfully request the approval of the interfund TAN between the Debt Service Fund and the General Fund in order to borrow the funds to cover the county's General Fund short-term cash flow issue.
Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. I had a small conversation with Ms. Schonbaum and Ms. Lowe, and I hope they understand from a legislative standpoint, something that they say they may have already done, and I would love to see the emails after the fact. This goes along with us making sure that we are looking at not just policy, but also making sure that we are following not only what the comptroller is asking us to do, but also what's in the budget manual for local government. So again, this is completely benign. This is something where when I talked to local government finance at 2:30 p.m. this morning, many of these changes are changes that were stated that needed to be done, but just for the purposes of making sure that we have it in our resolution. What you have in front of you is a be it further resolved. I shared this with the budget chair, and in the same spirit and heart of us making sure that we are able to do what we need to do. And I will say there is some good news. It doesn't change what I said on Wednesday, but many people that have homes, and you got banks that hold the money into escrow, within the next 30 days, a lot of that money should come in to take care of some of these things. But in order to make sure that we have our things in place, I put in writing a be it further resolved that basically states that the director or deputy director of administration and finance for the county to amend, we had a couple of letters, amend the November 11, 2025 letter sent to the Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury to include the following. And again, these are things that were talked about in my conversation with local government finance, as well as what is required by the budget manual. Number one is clarity in the request regarding the nature of the financing as required by the Tennessee Budget Manual for Local Governments, pages 34 and 35, and a formal request for retroactive approval for months in the FY 2026 operating budget where the general fund was in a negative cash position. I think that second part is definitely needed so that we can have that as a good thing, and I don't think there should be any issues with this because it was stated that we're going to make sure that it's done. So if the emails have happened, I would love to see the timestamps and all of that just so that we can have this. And to the budget chair, can we just do this as something friendly so I don't have to do a full motion?
Friendly, yes.
All right, thank you.
May I reply?
Yeah.
So, yes, as of this afternoon, we have submitted those amended letters as requested per the state. Let me be clear. We have revised the letters as requested by the state. They have reviewed our revisions and noted that they are in accordance with our revisions. So legal is now forwarding those to the mayor's office for signature. We can either wait and send you the signed copies by the mayor, or we can send you the unsigned copies that are available now.
As long as I can have a timestamp, that's all that matters to me. I just want to, yeah.
May I respond? Lauren Lowe, PFM Financial Advisors. We submitted the draft letters to the state this afternoon at 2:51. At 3:41, the response was, "Thank you for your attention to this. Both letters include the needed updates."
Commissioner Whaley? So are we needing both points in your friendly amendment that you've accepted, or?
Well, no. I mean, I'm whatever we need, I'm fine with it. I don't have a problem with it either way. I think it's just a matter of the sponsor wanting to make the amendment. I think what we're hearing is that you've already completed that task. So it's up to the sponsor if he wants to modify it or change it otherwise.
I'm just looking out for the legislative body to make sure that we have done our part for the purposes of making sure that, from a policy perspective, especially what we've done, that we have it in the resolution. So I talked to them at 2:30. It was stated that they did work 20 some odd minutes after the fact. We didn't have a conversation regarding that, but from a policy perspective, and that's what we do, we pass policy. I just want to make sure that what we have in place protects us. That's all.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I think it doesn't, it's better to have it than not have it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Ford for a friendly amendment. To have a second by Commissioner Haswell. Can we do that without objection? All right. So before, do you want to read that? Do we need to read into the caption?
Yes, so we are, is this to be in the first, therefore be resolved, or what?
Next to last.
Next to last, oh,
Yes.
okay. So, the amendment to item 35, in the next to last, be it further resolved clause, reads, be it further resolved that the director or deputy director of administration and finance for the county amends the November 11th, 2025 letter sent to the Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury to include the following. 1, clarity in the request regarding the nature of the financing as required by the Tennessee Budget Manual for Local Governments, pages 34, 35, and 2, a formal request for retroactive approval for months in the FY 2026 operating budget where the general fund was in a negative cash position.
Okay. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say a few words about this. So I wasn't in committee because my wife and I were out of town, and I happened to be one of the, thousands of Americans who was traveling by airplane during the shutdown, the tail end of the federal shutdown. And it was very concerning to be in the air, how many ever hundreds of feet in the air, and wondering whether the flight control people would be able to help us navigate safely to our destination and back, as well as going through security and all of those people who have very wonderful jobs, I'm sure, but to do that and to not be paid, I'm sure, would be troublesome. So all that to say, I do want to make sure that we pay our county employees, and I take it that that's the chief aim of this resolution. So I am so supportive of that. I know it comes at a time where we're not able to borrow because of some of the things that took place through the budget season. And so we're borrowing from ourselves, essentially, from another fund in order to make payroll and so forth. I saw, Ms. Schonbaum, your other communication, so I'm aware of some of the factors that have led us to this place. I guess my one concern, I'll just leave, this is not really a question, you can respond if you'd like to, but just a point of concern that I feel like this board has asked on a number of occasions over the past few months where we stood in terms of the policy, the general fund balance policy. And I just don't feel like we've gotten a good answer. And so I don't know that there's a lot that we would have changed since July, but perhaps we would have changed some things. I know you brought us a policy, or you were trying to get us to pause on some grant making. This board rejected that. But perhaps if we had known the size of the problem, we could have made some different choices along the way and not be in this position. So I'll leave my remaining 37 seconds to you.
So Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. The first thing I want to say is employees did get paid last Friday. They were not at risk of not getting paid. They are not at risk of getting paid, not getting paid going forward. That is not an issue. Employees will get paid. Let me be clear about that. However, what we were doing is basically, to the Comptroller's office point, the reason they asked us to backdate this letter, or not backdate the letter, but the request to the end of September when our cash went negative, is because we are indeed already borrowing the funds. We are just making it in accordance with state law. So, so that's one part. The other part I wanted to say is that we are, you made a note about, like, we're not able to borrow. So one of the things that we submitted to the state is a waiver allowing us to borrow. Borrowing from an interfund loan is favorable to the county rather than going outside the county. So that is a choice we made to do, in part because of timing and in part because of the cost of borrowing. But it wasn't because we weren't allowed to borrow. We have a waiver that was submitted to the state to allow us to borrow. Fund balance. Fund balance, thank you. So we have discussed fund balance, I think now for years, that the fund balance has been falling. I know Director Tipton said that our estimated unassigned fund balance at the end of FY25, which we're still in the midst of that audit, is under 14%. So that is concerning. There have been conversations about cash and cash flow in front of this body, and that's why there were requests to delay spending as possible. But as I noted last week, there are two problems. There is a short-term cash flow issue. There is always a cash flow issue for the county come this time of year. It is exaggerated this year because we ended FY25 with a lower fund balance and a lower cash balance than historical norms, and we've had lower revenue, higher expenses. All those things put us in the position where we are today. This loan fixes our short-term cash flow problem. It does not fix our long-term fund balance problem, and that is something that this body will have to address in the FY27 budget. I will say the state is concerned about our fund balance, that in our conversations with them, that is something that did come up. They said, you know, like, let's get through this, but it's a conversation the state wants to have.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question and the answer. So when we talk about the higher expenses, we're anticipating that the higher expenses are going to be sustained higher expenses over time. I'm just curious just how this issue is just a one-time fix and not something that's going to be an ongoing dilemma.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. So it is a short-term fix, and we will get property tax revenues coming in November through December, and that will help us in the short run. We don't know with precision what the additional expenses we're incurring from the Memphis Safe Task Force will be, how long they'll be sustained, if there will be revenue that we will get that will offset that. So it is a little bit difficult to say exactly where we're going to end up FY26. I would say that salaries are 2/3 of our budget. We have increased salaries over the last 2 years. We certainly have deserving, hardworking staff at Shelby County. I'm not arguing against those raises having been deserved, but that increases our expenses. And and those expenses at the front of the year, when we don't have cash flow coming in, if we don't have a fund balance and a cash position at the end of the prior fiscal year to support it, we're going to continue to have this problem every fall.
Okay, so what are we proposing is the solution to this ongoing issue? So we've increased salaries, and we're not going to go beneath that threshold moving forward. So what is the actual solution here?
I would recommend that we need more revenue. Either that, or you've got to find someplace else to cut expenses. And, you know, I would say the county's a reasonably tight ship. There have been a lot of ask of departments to not increase their operating expenses, with the exception of, you know, items that are mandatory, like insurance, you know, contractual costs that we have. I mean, we all know that expenses have gone up over the last several years. There has not been a property tax increase, I believe, in 20-odd years. At some point, the math doesn't add up.
And I'll get back in queue. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Thank you, Ms. Schaumbaum. That was probably the most concise and cogent answer that I've gotten from somebody in finance in the last 3 years. We need more of that when we start asking questions when it comes to finance. 'Cause you're not a voting person up here, so you don't control what happens on the 11th floor. You don't control what happens on votes here. You can just tell it like it is and say, okay. Unfortunately, we have not gotten that information from some of your cohorts, unfortunately. I'm glad that you told it straight. And I'm going to be straight with you. When I talked to the comptroller's office, they had the same concerns. And there are 2 documents that I will be giving them, so go ahead and be ready. They are concerned about the fund balance as well. And 2 of the items that they were very concerned about, because we spent almost $30 million in less than 2 months, were the $11 million juvenile facility out of unassigned fund balance and the cleanup resolution that is required by GASB so that we can be in compliance with our generally accepted accounting principles, which you are fully aware of. Many of those things, folks, have been items that have been running deficits for the longest. And that last item is something that is required so that we will be in compliance with GASB, which is critically important. It costs about $20 million. But it does not take away from what your comment was, where if $30 million worth of unassigned fund balances out of the door in less than 2 months, and it takes us down to $69 million, that means we were almost at 90-some odd million dollars beforehand. So I'm glad Ms. Lowe and Mr. Carpenter are here as well. Those are challenges that we need to address, because when I talked to the local government finance, the first thing they asked me this afternoon was, we need those 2 resolutions, because that GASB resolution that has come up over the last few years, that number has increased. I don't disagree with you regarding revenue, but I want to make sure that that revenue is not one-time money. I think you can agree with me that recurring expenditures should not come out of unassigned fund balance or anything else.
Agreed.
However, there are people here and upstairs that don't take that seriously, unfortunately. But I sincerely hope, in my last 10 seconds, that whatever does happen, and I'll say this, we do not need to leave the next mayor and the next commission with disarray where the comptroller says, no budget for you, but congratulations on your election. I'll leave it there. I do support the item.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of technical questions. So I'm seeing just all across, at least District 10, a lot of infill development. So I'm curious, this might be appropriate for the trustee, but if you could answer Director Schaumbaum, are we historically over collecting our property tax revenue based on what's budgeted?
I believe that's accurate, but I would defer to the trustee.
The question was just, are we over collecting property tax revenue? Just.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, would you repeat that?
Yes, ma'am. Are we historically over collecting our property tax revenue beyond what's budgeted?
Barely.
Barely. Still over that threshold. I think that that's just interesting when we just talk about where we are and what we need. If you could just help me just understand how this works. So we have budgeted expenditures for this fiscal year, and we dip into the interfund to be able to fill the gap now. We don't expend any dollars that were not budgeted, correct? So when we replenish the fund, there's not a gap there where we've created additional expenditures that weren't budgeted, and now we have to do both what was budgeted and also accommodate for whatever is being spent on the 43 million. I just want to just understand how we're going to expend these $43 million.
Danielle Schoenbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. So, no, we do not expend unbudgeted funds. What I would say is it is possible with the additional expenses from the Memphis Safe Task Force that if those expenses continue and we cannot absorb them in currently budgeted funds and we don't get revenue replacement, it is possible that we would have to come back to amend the budget to cover those costs.
But those, in this 43 million, when we talk about the task force, those wouldn't have been budgeted, right? Because the task force came after
Correct.
all this happened. So there are no task force expenses associated with how we plan to expend the 43 million? Because those wouldn't have been budgeted.
Danielle Schoenbaum, Deputy Director of Finance. And what I would say is that we are using these are not line items, like things like overtime and food expenses. Those budgets exist. We are going to expend currently budgeted funds before we increase the budget. Hopefully, we will have some clarity in the interim on how long the task force continues, what expenses exactly is the county absorbing? Is there revenue that we will be reimbursed by either the state or federal government that will cover those expenses? So we are not amending the budget currently, but there is a possibility over the course of the year that we will have to do so if the expenses continue and there is not offsetting revenue.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I, like everyone, not happy we're here, but what would you say besides property tax are our three highest revenue generators for the county?
Wheel tax, but that is not allocated to the general fund. That goes to our special revenue fund, to our education fund and our debt service fund. Trying to think. Those are the two biggest.
Okay. What office after? Is there an office?
There are things like sales tax revenue that's allocated or over recent years has been allocated towards pre-K. Actually, the biggest item beyond property taxes that funds the general fund is fines and fees. Those are the fines and fees that are collected by all the, general sessions clerk, variety of clerks in the office. And we did see that revenue fall short last year of budgeted amounts by, I think, about $6 million, if I remember correctly. So that is for the general fund, the next highest revenue source.
Okay, I was curious about that. What can we do to the shortfall with the fees that aren't being collected? Where can we?
So as we are, preparing an FY27 budget, I think, really scrutinizing, are we receiving over a long period of time the amount of fines and fees that we're budgeting. I'd also say this is an audit issue. In some of our offices, we are in this FY25 audit having some issues with some of the elected officials' audits, not having bank statements reconciled, not having statements that tie to underlying revenue that's being reported, and so we need to make sure that our elected officials who are responsible for collecting revenue have the proper accounting staff.
Okay. Are we to the point where we need to just, if it's not on our list that we're required to fund, do we need to start looking at maybe tabling?
Yes.
Okay, so we're to that point. If it's not on our list to fund, has the mayor looked at what he can do on his?
I'm sure that the mayor, I can't speak for the mayor, but I'm sure that he is
Okay.
on an ongoing
I know there's
basis.
one that comes to mind that everybody knows how I feel about, but, okay. And the trustee, this is the route, we're all on the same page with this, everybody? This is what we need to do? Madam Trustee? Madam Banker?
Virginia Newman County Trustee, I'm sorry, y'all, we're having a very difficult time hearing back here. What was your question?
Just, this is the route we need to go?
I don't think you have many choices at this point
Okay.
in time.
Just
There
wanted-
are some other questions I would want answered if I were me, because you guys are doing the approval or the disapproval.
What questions?
And you're gonna be on the hook.
What
And
questions
that is
would you-
what portion of the 43 million is budgeted and what portion isn't.
Okay.
The budgeted expenses will be covered by future property taxes. The unbudgeted expenses won't.
Okay. Okay. Can we get those answered?
Commissioner Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. I think I've been clear that the unbudgeted expenses, that it's a pretty fluid situation, that how long the task force lasts, how long, whether or not we get compensating revenue from either state or federal government, like those things are very much up in the air. What I can tell you is that we do have overtime expenses, food expenses, in excess of prior years, and I believe that is driven, at least in part, by tax, like the food expenses, like 50, 60% over a prior year. Like, it's a big jump. We know we have a lot more people filling our prisons right now. So do I have an exact, it is very difficult to say this dollar is because of task force and this dollar is for a regular or a pre-task force prisoner. Like, I can't provide you that information, certainly not in the short term.
Commissioner Brooks?
Just following up with a question that was asked by one of my colleagues in reference to revenue sources. And I want to ask Ms. Schombaum, I guess I messed up your name. I'm not doing really good this evening. I'm going to try to get this out. What would be the fiscal impact of lowering the amount of our pilot abatement? The abatement. What would be the fiscal impact of lowering the amount of pilot abatement?
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. I do not have those numbers off the top of my head.
Okay. Would you take a look at that? And I'd like to get with you and kind of understand that better, see how much that would produce. Thank you.
Anything further? All right, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I just had another question about, I hear what you're saying about the increased, I think there were 3 buckets that you shared with us. One is increased costs, so I get that. Second is that we left a lower fund balance, general fund balance at the end of last fiscal year. The third is that there are lower collections. And if we just went through the main collection items, the only one that's hitting the general fund that I heard is property tax, right?
Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. Yes, so at the end of September, our general fund property tax collections were about 2.8% of budget. That's historically been around 6 or 7%. So we will catch up that money. I mean, it's not that we believe we're at risk of not receiving those funds. It's just, again, it is a timing issue.
Okay, I guess I was going to ask because not only, I guess that'll even out, like you said, over time, just for whatever reason, people paid earlier last year, perhaps, in some cases. But on top of that, don't we have properties like XAI coming on that number should be increasing this fiscal year?
So our property tax is budgeted to be higher than prior year. I, off the top of my head, don't remember the exact increase, but it is, but again, increasing expenses as well.
Okay, I guess I was just trying to understand that, the revenue drop. But that's just a coincidence, are we saying at this point?
So from my conversation with Trustee Newman, for a variety of reasons, some of them technical, some of them at the timing of when the budget was passed, the billings went out a little later than normal this year, and so that's just caused a delay in the collections.
All right, Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for just receiving all these questions. So we've been talking about the task force and the fines and fees. Those go to the general fund, you said?
Yes.
So is it our understanding that the work of the task force will increase the fines and fees that we can anticipate to collect?
I don't know the answer to that yet. That's, again, while I'm not trying to be vague, it's like it's early on, and I have not yet seen that come through in revenue. That is not to say that it won't.
But yet, in these documents, we're citing that the work of the task force and decisions by the state and federal government are increasing our burden. So on one hand, we can say that there's a fiscal impact, but then on the other, we can't say that there'll be a fiscal benefit.
That's correct.
That's odd to me.
Yeah, I have the same question as you, to be clear.
I mean, we're talking about $43 million, and the question that the trustee has elevated about what is budgeted and what are non-budgeted expenditures that are going to come from this, is that answered anywhere? An email, I don't see anything in OnBase that the public will be able to access. Where can they get that information? Because I have constituents that are messaging me that are not happy about this item because it doesn't actually have a lot of clarity around it. So when we ask for, a report of the expenses, where is that located?
So there is a cash flow that's attached, an estimated cash flow that's attached to the item. And we did estimate an increase in expenses due to the task force in that cash flow. But again, that is very much an estimate at this point.
So this particular item that is the fourth attachment, it outlines the complete 43 million and how we plan to expend it? Is that located anywhere?
The 43 million is just to cover the cash shortfall. It's not to be spent. It is just until we get the revenue in from property taxes and can repay that cash shortfall. But we're not looking to deploy those funds somewhere else. This is just a cash timing issue. Like if you went and bought something and you hadn't yet received your paycheck and you were short those funds, it's...
So can you just help me understand the trustee's question? Why is the trustee wanting to know about budgeted, unbudgeted when you're just talking about closing a cash flow issue?
Because, well, again, I can't speak for the trustee, but what I would say is that she likely is concerned that this is going to have a long-term impact on fund balance, and that is and as I've said, that is a separate issue from a short-term cash flow problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We do have an appearance card from Mr. Anthony War. If you'll state your name and address, then you'll have 3 minutes.
Glad to be down here for 3 minutes tonight. How everybody doing tonight? Now, I just heard the young lady over here said about $43 million. I came down here just to hear what was going on, why we need $43 million. And then she stated that, if I'm not mistaken, she just stated that they just need it on hand, correct? That's what I gathered. They just need it on hand. So my thing is, if you all looking for to be able to collect taxes, wait on it. Wait on it. Wait on it. And make sure everybody get paid. Just wait on it. Because I don't see why you all need $43 million and you all not short. You just saying you all need it on hand. That's what I'm got. That's what I got. That y'all just need it on hand. So y'all want the board to make a decision to give you all $43 million. I think, my knowledge, Harold Collins just left here. If he's in that administration, he should have all everything, because I think Harold Collins somewhere with Lee Harris. I said it a while back. Follow the money. Somebody's not doing something right. Y'all know it. Somebody's not doing something right. Just follow the money. I wish Harold Collins was still here so he can answer the question. Because it's either CFO or he's in that administration. That administration that's corrupt. He's right in that. So why, number one, why should we give you all $43 million? Y'all just want to hold it. I would like to hold $43 million too. I think everybody in here tonight would like to hold $43 million. So just wait on the $43 million in taxes, because y'all gonna go up on taxes again. And another thing, I'm glad Lee Harris not gonna be in office to get the raise that y'all granted. I'm glad of that. I'm glad of that, because he haven't done anything in the 7.5 years that he been in office. Not one thing. He done stuck his head up, been running after Wanda Halbert. I'm sick of seeing him cry on TV about the task force and everything else. Suck it up. That's what he told the people to do. Suck it up. So, I'm through for the night. But y'all wait on that $43 million. That's what I would say.
Mr. Ward, for the record, what's your address?
3650 West Big Bend.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Brooks, Lowry, and Bradford. Commissioner Thornton has abstained. We have 8 ayes and 1 abstain.
All right. Before I hit the gavel, Commissioner Avant, please show Commissioner Avant as an aye.
Correction, we have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Thornton has abstained. We have 9 ayes and 1 abstain.
All right, could we please read item 36?
Item 36 comes from the Public Works Committee, which is chaired by Vice Chair David Bradford. Item 36 is a resolution approving purchase orders with Staples Contract and Commercial LLC in an amount of $139,305.52, piggybacking off of the Sourcewell contract number 091423 for the purpose of providing office furniture and equipment at the Shelby County Election Commission located at 980 Nixon Drive. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 CIP funds appropriated in resolution adopted February 24, 2025, item 22, in an amount not to exceed $139,305.52, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. This item was an add-on in November 12, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. I was running the Public Works Committee, and this does come down with a favorable recommendation. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all the commissioners have had an opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Bradford. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. That item passes. If we will read item number 37, please.
Item 37 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as Vice Chair. Item 37 is a resolution designating cameras for District 9, sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr. This item was amended in November 12, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Was anybody in this committee that can provide a report? All right, I don't see anybody there. Does it come down?
It came down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. All right, Commissioner Ford to speak on this item.
Very quickly, there was a community meeting last month. There were about 80 attendees, 25 different neighborhood associations. They gave me their list on where they would like to see these cameras located that we've already deliberated on and passed. I went back and made sure I went to, this is the second time we've done this. September 27, 2023, we did something very similar. So we had a few District 9 folks here, but they just wanted to make sure that this went through for the purposes of making sure that the exhibit for where the cameras would go would be in full effect. And I'd like to thank Ms. Sedja. She and I canvassed the entire district a whole day for the purposes of making sure we had this list. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Thornton, Lowry, and Bradford. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. That item passes. We have already worked on 38, so let's go to item 39.
Item 39 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Ford as acting chair. Item 39 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 grant operating budget to accept and expend federal grant funds from the United States Marshals Service to participate in the Memphis Safe Task Force for the purpose of reducing street and violent crime in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of United States Marshals Service grant funds in the amount of $268,973, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules and was an add-on in November 12, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Ford with a committee report.
Yes, this item came down with a favorable recommendation. I move to suspend the rule for the purposes of us being able to dispose of this item.
All right, have a motion to suspend the rules. I hear second. Second. Any objections? All right. It is properly before us. Commissioner Ford, go ahead. Oh, you're good. That's all. Okay. Commissioner Brooks, go ahead.
I'd like to hear from the sponsor.
Commissioner Wright, do you care to expound upon this item?
I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Commissioner Brooks, do you have any direct questions for Commissioner Wright?
Yes, I'll just ask you directly, do you have a budget? Is there a budget, or are there some categories of expenditures anticipated by this?
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could, I would have to defer to Ms. Chief Lindsay.
Go ahead, Chief Lindsay.
Thank you, Chairman Bradford. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Brooks, this is for overtime reimbursement.
We had this conversation Wednesday, did we not? Okay,
Wednesday,
overtime
yes.
reimbursement. Okay, I guess the caption could have been clearer. Could have clarified that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So help me understand, the grant funds that we were receiving, we applied for them or they were given to us?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. In collaboration with the U.S. Marshal, we expressed to them our need for additional funds to partner with them, and they have made available this $268,000, and to date, we've spent about $237,000.
So beyond these grant funds that we have requested, have we as a county contributed any county dollars towards the operations of the task force?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, no.
So to the county, the cost of us working with the task force has been around this 268,000 range, of which we are receiving a grant to cover the costs that we have incurred.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. And to be clear, this is for the, as it relates to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I can't speak for another office. But as it relates to the Sheriff's Office, we've only incurred expenditures up to about $237,000 related to overtime, and we're going to be reimbursed for that.
So I heard you say that you've already expended dollars, and this is reimbursing the dollars expended. So it's my understanding that this operation is going to be around for a year.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and we will curtail our collaboration or participation if we don't receive additional grant dollars.
But the way that you're operating, you are performing services and then being reimbursed. So hypothetically, you've already performed service, now you're receiving a reimbursement. You're going to continue to perform services. If there's no reimbursement, you've already performed services.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Through November 14th, we have expended $237,000 in overtime. This grant will cover $268,000. Once we reach $268,000, our efforts will stop as it relates to overtime.
Say that amount again through November 14th.
$237,000.
So that's just a small range of 30,000,
Yes.
assuming that that's going to just take a couple of weeks.
It may not even be a couple of weeks. Could just be a couple of days.
So what are we communicating when you said that you'll curtail operations without additional, funding? Is that something that they're amenable to, or is this something that we're just going to do and just hope that they will support?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. That's just the information I've been given so far. I'm not sure what the outcome of that will be. But I just know that our participation as it relates to overtime, we will curtail it once we get to a certain point. If we're not going to receive any additional overtime dollars related to this, then our activity related to this will stop.
Thank you. I'm going to get back in queue.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, I was not going to get in, but you mentioned something that deals with this and the bigger picture. So all 100% of this is to make up for overtime.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Yes,
All right,
this particular grant is related to overtime.
100%. Okay, all right.
Yes.
So you know I'm about to expand this to the big picture. How much is budgeted for this fiscal year for overtime in the Shelby County Sheriff's Office?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. In the general fund, there's $11.720 thousand budgeted in overtime for the sheriff's
You mean
office.
million?
11.7 million, yes.
Okay, 11.7 million. And as of last unaudited numbers, how much overtime has been spent to this year? Yeah, you know where I'm going with this.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. In fiscal year 2025, we spent around $27 million in overtime.
And how much was budgeted for FY25?
$11.7 million.
So y'all went over $9.3 million in overtime. And where did you have to find that money to make up for the overtime? Since you had the salary restriction.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. we were within our personnel budget, so for vacant positions, up to the salary restriction is what covered the overtime expenditures.
Is it
Because
safe?
just because we have vacant positions does not mean that the activity has to stop. You know, the jail is a 24/7 operations, deputies are 24/7, dispatchers are 24/7. So the work has to continue whether or not you have a vacant position.
Is it safe to say the same thing happened in FY '24?
Yes, the amount was a little bit lower.
But it was still over the budget.
That's correct.
Do you forecast for FY '26 the same thing happening? And if so, about when do you think that the $11.7 million will be expended? Because I'm looking at this 268,973, and you said less than 2 weeks tops with that. But as far as any overtime, since we voted on a lot of money today, when do you forecast that overtime budget will be expended?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, at least by December, because through October 31st, we've already spent $7,099,000 in overtime.
Do you see any other grants, like the one that's in front of us, that the Shelby County Sheriff's Office could possibly attain that would help out a little bit? I know it's not $11.7 million, but do you see anything else that may come through?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. We do have other grants that cover some overtime, but it may be up to around $400,000 per year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Lindsay, refresh my memory, why is it that we're spending so much in overtime?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, that is a great question. We currently have around 700 vacancies in the Sheriff's Office. Around 300 of them are related to corrections deputies. I want to say around 92 related to Sheriff Patrol. And even though we have those vacancies, we still have to make sure that the jail is operated and that the patrolmen are on the streets.
You said about 300
Correction
within
deputies.
corrections? And what's the reason for that large vacancy for the correction deputies?
We're having difficulty recruiting and retaining, and even though we may hire an X number of employees a year, you always have the attrition with people retiring or resigning or transferring to another division.
Could the condition of the facility have anything to do with that?
Oh, absolutely, I believe so.
And so with that being said, we're talking to the marshals about replenishing our overtime. Are we talking to the task force to talk about the needs of the jail, the fiscal needs of the jail?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I'm not aware of those type of conversations.
So I struggle with that because I just feel like we are soliciting support to continue to go deeper into a dilemma. The increased arrests and stops are leading to a larger population at the jail. So we can't talk about wanting to work alongside the task force without talking about the ramifications of doing that successfully. You're increasing the population of an already burdened jail. Somebody has to also talk about who foots the bill for that. We clearly don't have enough deputies, correction deputies that are on call, and then it's creating this larger drain on the budget in overtime. So I just, implore the sheriff to really push for the dollars that we need for comprehensive intervention. If we're going to say that this is truly an intervention, but only ask for a piece of funding support, I want to hear that we also are asking the state and federal powers that be for support with our jail. Because there is a fiscal impact to doing one part of this and not actually addressing the ramifications of it. It just doesn't make sense to me. We need to address the overcrowding. We need to address the already shabby facility that we have to deal with, and this is an opportunity for us to be able to stress what was already a pressing need. We need funding support with the jail.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, let me back up. So for the last 2 years, we've gone to the state twice to ask for an approval to do a referendum to increase the sales tax to build a new jail. The next item on the agenda is regarding a violent crime Intervention Fund, where we're receiving money from the state, and that will help us with providing food to the detainees, as well as making repairs to buildings that we may need to occupy to detain our staff. So whereas we may not be asking for a new jail from the U.S. Marshal, we are asking for other things from the state. And we are receiving other funds from the state to help us to get the building out of such disrepair.
And just a point of information, you're saying that moving forward, we have no commitment to address the ongoing overtime burden from working with the task force?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, that's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 40.
Item 40 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Ford as acting chair. Item 40 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 grant operating budget to accept and expend funds from the State of Tennessee Violent Crime Intervention Fund, VCIF Zip Code Grant Program. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in the amount of $4,167,691, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules. It was an add-on in November 12, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Ford can have a committee report.
This item was favorable in committee, and I move to suspend the rules so that we can have this item in front of us.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ford, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? Okay, this item is before us. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lindsay, for sending the requested information concerning the violence intervention grant. I know we had here earlier before us, Mr. Cowan with Hill 901, kind of speaking to the lack of funding towards a lot of the violent intervention work. I was in Louisville, Kentucky about 2 weeks ago with him and about 1,000 other violent interventions, people from around the country, where a lot of those cities have had their funds reduced from them, taken from them when it comes to that prevention and intervention work. And in the document that you sent us, use of funds, the purpose of funding is to provide support to eligible law enforcement agents to develop and implement proven public safety strategies to combat violent crime, including juvenile violent crime, to develop, construct, or rehabilitate infrastructure needed to combat violent crime. So I just talk about some of the funding uses: implement program based on proven effective violent crime, hire and train specialized violent crime investigative unit, purchase and apply new technology, equipment, enhance local law enforcement agency, create law enforcement, and develop a comprehensive downtown safety improvement strategy. And those things, I mean, I don't have a problem with. I just know that a lot of the data that I have and have shared, even in our public safety meeting, is that a lot of that prevention and intervention work helping us to reduce crime. When we are in a city with 20,000 opportunity youth plus that are out there, no high school diploma, no training and what have you, is really a need to keep them out of the jail. I know you just mentioned a minute ago about how some of these dollars are going to be used to feed the overpopulation that we have because of the work, largely we know, of what the task force is doing. It's just concerning to me. Again, I want to support receiving these funds, and I know that you are doing what you have to do to take care of a problem that you didn't ask for. But it's concerning to me that this work is not going to be done. And this is why, to my colleague point that Thornton was just talking about, we have to put some emphasis on. I did last week, myself and Sherwoman presented before our state legislators. I made it clear to them that I just heard that in committee while sitting in that meeting, that this was happening. That state was giving us funds for prevention and intervention, but it's finna go into feeding people that we lock up. And that's concerning because now what are we gonna do to keep them out of jail? But we're gonna feed them when they get in jail. And so it's just something that we need to look at seriously. And again, I wanna be with you to advocate for you to get more of these dollars to do this work. At the same time, and I know my time is out now, is that this is a big issue. And I know it's not one that the sheriff department created, so I'm not coming at you on this. I just want you to know that this is concerning, and that's where we need your voice and the sheriff's voice to say, this food increased because of this task force, but the money y'all gave us for what the crime commission asked us to do, we can't do it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So for these funds that we're looking at, are these existing funds or new funds?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, these are new funds.
They're new funds. And how many total new funds well, let me just backtrack. So these are new funds based on the task force being implemented here? Or when were they created?
So it is largely based upon the task force being here and our need to provide additional food, beds, linen, clothing for the detainees, as well as, I know you've probably heard in the news recently that we're transferring detainees to other locations. And as our population continues to rise, there may be other places that we may need to get ready to move detainees to. So the purpose of this grant is to make sure that we're able to house, feed, and clothe detainees.
Okay, so the state aligns itself with the federal government to decide to do this task force here locally, and they create these funds that are accessible statewide, or are these funds uniquely for localities that have these task force active within them?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So as you know, the city of Memphis received $100 million. Shelby County Sheriff's Office is receiving $4.1 million. And there are other agencies such as the Bartlett Police Department, Chattanooga Police Department, Clarksville, Columbia, Davidson County, and so on. So we're not the only ones.
Okay.
But I would say that, you know, during our general fund budget process, we did request additional funds. And I hear Commissioner Caswell when you say you would rather us, or you would like us to be able to do other things with these grants. But we don't have the general fund dollars to feed our detainees. We requested additional dollars during the budgeted process. We didn't receive it. We were told if an emergency arises, come back and see us. We come back, there is no money available. You have a general fund, unassigned fund balance, less than $69 million or less than 14%. There's just absolutely no money there.
Okay, so if I may, because we're on my time, the point that you just made about the additional costs associated with food, I see that the next resolution has a $2 million increase to it. So you're paying for the food, presumably. I think that case is about to be made, and then this $4 million is going towards what?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So out of the 4.1 million, 2.25 will be for food, and the rest will go
In addition to what the next resolution is going to ask for?
No, that is covering the next resolution.
Okay, I'm going to get back in queue. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell?
And just to that point, again, I hear you saying, you ask and we say come back. The only issue that I have is that, but we didn't know a surge was going to happen, right? Did y'all know? I mean, you knew in July that October we was going to have all of this?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Absolutely not. But we do know what we need to operate within our budget.
Yeah.
And when an emergency arrives, if there is no funding available for us, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah. So So just to that point, I think that what I'm looking for though is that we need this. So I heard the city of Memphis say too, they said that we keeping the arrest separate from our regular officers and then from what the task force do, so we can measure and be able to budget to say this came because of the task force, right? So when we talking to our federal and state people, that we can talk to them on the level that this is the extra money it costs us to do this, to do business, right? Again, not taking away, I appreciate that things are shifting in our city when it comes to violent crime and these things happening. And we getting people, off the street that need to be off the street. But when we talk about this, increase that. And then we got to use funds that was already allocated for the 10-port zip code. And I know how the sheriff have a heart for North Haven and 38127 and the violence and the crime and things we got in that 38127 zip code need to be addressed. Because I know yours, like you said, the city of Memphis got 100 and some million, so they got a whole lot of other population to take care of. But my concern is that these dollars are coming out of what should be around prevention and intervention. So just to end to that, I just asked the question. So have we got a approval from the state to say that these dollars could be used for the feeding of the individual? Because I don't want to come back and say we got to repay money because we didn't use it for what the use said of the letter, that's all.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So per my email to all the commissioners today, we have not received the grant contract yet. We did submit what we plan to use the money for, and the $2,225,000 is for food, and the rest is for, making repairs. So we have made that submission.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Okay, so I see in your budget that you're outlining the 2.25 for food and 1.9 for materials. What is that about?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So Commissioner Thornton, you probably heard in the last few weeks that we're moving around 300 detainees to other facilities within the state. And those facilities may not be up to par. And so there may be some repairs or things that we have to do at those facilities, as well as the facility at 201 Poplar and 6201 Haley Road.
So we are paying for other people's facilities?
We are paying for repairs to make sure that they have the necessary things. So like fencing, you want to make sure that there's fencing, proper lighting, toilets and things. If a building hasn't been used for this in its intended purpose in a while, then yes, we have to get it up to standards.
How does that constitute materials as a description?
We will have to realign the budget, but for now, we just put it in materials.
So are there any materials that are actually going to be involved in this? Because what you're outlining are facilities-related items. So
Yes. I don't have the detail in front of me, but there's certain items that we're going to have to do to get the facilities ready for us to use.
I do think it's important for these documents, for the public's use, for them to be as accurate as possible. What I hear you saying is very misleading if I were to come back to this item and to pull up this to say, well, what are they spending the 4 million on? Oh, 1.9 on materials. And then you're now discussing facilities improvements to other counties' buildings. So if we're improving their fences and toilets and things like that, why can't we improve our own?
I did say we would be doing both for 201 Poplar, 6201 Haley, and any other facility that we may have to move into.
You mentioned explicitly the 300 that we were commuting to other facilities.
Yes, and that is within Shelby County.
So the facilities that we're improving are Shelby County facilities?
They're not owned by Shelby County, they're within Shelby County.
Okay. So none of the Violent Crime Intervention Fund dollars are actually going to go to intervene with violent crime. They're going to sustain the housing of potential violent criminals.
Yes, because there's no general fund dollars available.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Caswell. I don't know how that constitutes a meeting the criteria, just by caption, violent crime intervention. The intervention piece is missing in how we're expending these dollars. So I think that they should just create another fund for what we actually have needs for and allow the intervention fund to actually be an intervening fund. This does not meet the mark for what I feel like is the intent of setting aside the dollars. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioner Thornton has abstained. We have 7 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, we could take item 43 and 45. These two items, you could read them into the record. These are items that the sponsor would like to defer, and I'm going to get a motion from one of our colleagues to defer those to the December 15th.
Yes,
Take
ma'am.
the two together.
Yes, ma'am. Item 43 comes from the Education Committee with Commissioner Brooks as acting chair. And 45? Okay. Item 43 is a resolution to align the Shelby County Municipal School Board districts elections with the Shelby County Board of Commissioners election cycle beginning in May 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. This item was an add-on in November 12, 2025 committee meeting, and this item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules. Item 45 comes from the Legislative Affairs Committee, which with Commissioner Mills as acting chair. Item 45 is a resolution requesting that Shelby County be granted an exemption from the state of Tennessee's right to work law and urging the Tennessee General Assembly to authorize local control over labor relations, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks and Commissioner Eric Sugarman. This item was an add-on, amended, and sent down without recommendation in November 12, 2025 committee meeting, and this item also does not meet requirements of permanent rules.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Lowry. Could I get a motion for us to suspend the rules?
So move.
Motion by Commissioner Lowry, second by Commissioner Bradford. Do that without objection. Commissioner Lowry?
Yes, Chair, the sponsor has requested that these items to be deferred to the December 15th meeting. I'll make that in the motion.
A motion by Commissioner Lowry. Can I get a second by Commissioner Caswell? Can we do that without objection?
Question.
Commissioner Ford?
My question is the 15th the Monday meeting, or is that the committee meeting? That's a Monday, okay. And these were all add-ons, so, hopefully, since we did not really have this big discussion in committee, I hope that if it does go down on the 15th, just let's make sure we have time to discuss these items. So I'm not against it, I just wanted to ask some questions, that's all.
All right, these items have been moved to December 15th meeting. We can do that without objection? So moved.
Chair, I object.
I already hit the gavel.
Well, I said it, you kind of moved quickly. I literally said I object. My light was on.
Commissioner Thornton? Your objection to moving it to the December 15th?
For the reasons stated before, I do believe that it needs to, was this item heard in committee?
Yes.
Okay, I withdraw my objection.
Okay. All right, item number 41.
Item 41 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee with Commissioner Ford as acting chair. Item 41 is a resolution to approve a contract amendment with Aramark Correctional Services LLC to increase the contract by $2,225,000 from $6,108,554 to $8,333,554 for food service management for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2026 grant funds in an amount not to exceed $2,225,000. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright, this item does not meet requirements of permanent rules and was an add-on in November 12, 2025 committee meeting.
Have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, second by Vice Chair Bradford. Can I get a committee report, Commissioner Ford?
This came down with a favorable recommendation, and I move to suspend the rules so that this can be in front of us appropriately.
I have a motion by Commissioner Ford, a second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none. Commissioner Ford, are you still in queue for this?
No, and I'm counting people. I see we got 7 sitting, so just putting that out there. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioner Thornton has abstained. Have 7 ayes and 1 abstaining.
Actually, can I, before you hit the gavel, can you change me to a yes? And just as a point of privilege, I was asking legal to look up something related to this item. Are you able to comment? If I may, Chair.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I believe the question was around the increase amount and if we would expect that increase to occur next year as well. Based on the language of the amendment, it does appear as if the increase is related to an approximate increase in detainee population of 25% over the prior year. I would anticipate this cost being at a request in next year's budget.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 44.
Correction in votes, we have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 44.
Item 44 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 44 is a resolution approving acceptance of an in-kind donation in the amount totaling $575 from various donors for a Shelby Engagement Team initiative, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. This item was an add-on in November 12, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, we do need 7 commissioners in the seated for us to be able to hear and vote on items. We don't have a quorum at this point. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. If Commissioner Thornton, when Commissioner Thornton. All right, so we're gonna actually, yeah, we're gonna recess the meeting because I guess at this point we just, yeah. Since we don't have a quorum for the meeting, and I guess the business of the county will cease for a little bit until we can get ourselves together. I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read the last item, item 46.
Gladly. Item 46 comes from the Audit Committee with Commissioner Lowry as Vice Chair. Item 46 is a resolution receiving and filing the first quarter report of the Shelby County Trustee for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was sent down without recommendation in November 12th, 2025 committee meeting.
Commissioner Bradford is moved this item with a second by Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Lowry, can I get a committee report?
It just came down with a favorable recommendation? Without a recommendation?
Without a recommendation.
Without a recommendation. Sorry about that.
Regina Newman County Trustee.
Madam Trustee.
Thank you. Regina Newman County Trustee, we have a substitute before you if someone would.
I move the substitute.
I have a motion by Commissioner Wright, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection?
Just a substitute.
Yes.
Just the report. Will somebody move that?
We did. Commissioner Wright made the motion. Commissioner Thornton made the second. Can we do that without objection? So moved. Commissioner Ford?
So just for clarity, the resolution's the same, it's just the exhibit that's in the computer is different, now is this.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Now we come to the part of the agenda for announcements and statements.
Chair, I would like to have a motion to reconsider item number 41.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton to reconsider item 41. Is there a second? I have a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Do we have 7? 1, 2.
Commissioner Thornton?
Okay, we're good. We have 7.
We have 7. Okay, I have an objection by Commissioner Bradford.
Are we considering the item or are you considering it?
It's not deferred, it was passed, so it's a motion to reconsider.
No, not 41. 41 passed. 42. All right, so we have a motion to reconsider. We had a motion, a second. Okay, so the withdrawal of the second. Is there a second for the motion? Okay, so it dies for lack of a second.
Thank you. Just a point of personal privilege. So just to the public, please pay attention to this item. As legal just said, this particular $2.2 million will increase this contract to Airmark. And so when this conversation comes up again for Airmark, please take note that in this moment, we just did an arbitrary increase. The preceding item is going to pay for it, but we, through contractual language, are increasing the threshold that now Airmark has on this particular item, which I think is a disservice to those persons that we know are filing grievances. So I wish that you would have kept that second, Commissioner Caswell, and I hope that the public will look more into this. Thank you.
Are there any other announcements? Okay, we're now on the queue for announcements. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, apologize for all that happened today. I just pray that you can have some peace through this night. As our chairperson, again, respectfully appreciate your leadership. Secondly, I just say this coming Friday in Fraser, we are bringing the community together, unity in the community with the Memphis Police Department in light of largely of all the actions that's taking place in our community. We want to make sure our community understand that the police department is still there working with us even after this, to make sure that we keep that unity in the community and continue the sustainability by bringing the community together. So from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock at the corner of Fraser Boulevard and Watkins, we're asking for everyone, vendors and all, to come support that effort as we bring the community together. We're going to be giving out about 100 baskets of food as well that day. Thank you.
Thank you. My only last comment is that I want to just say to the body and to the staff, for the behavior that happened tonight, which was unacceptable. And so it shouldn't be something that you all are subjected to or the staff is subjected to. And that as people who have to work together for the good of Shelby County, it should never be a display of that type of behavior within our chamber, ever. So, again, I hope that we can try to move forward from this moment to be better people on behalf of the people who elected us to serve them. The meeting is adjourned.